Let them know it's Halloween. Hit it!
By the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. It's Halloween! Happy Halloween, everybody! Happy Halloween, Jacob.
Happy Halloween, Peter. I'm glad we're recording this on Halloween.
Yes, we are definitely recording this on Halloween. It is the day of, yes. Because that's how all of this works.
Yeah.
And welcome back, cats and kittens. This is our Halloween special, and it features a Halloween special. Oh, man. I gotta say, Halloween is my favorite season. Well, no, okay, Halloween's not a season, it's a holiday. Fall is my favorite season, and Halloween is in that season. So, both of those things. I don't know. I feel like everybody has a time when they, when they wax and wane, like the moon. I'm not sure when my waning is, like when I'm at my weakest. It might be spring. I think that might be when my power is the lowest. But something about the fall, the gathering dark and the coldness, it just, I don't know. I just shine more. Like I feel more of my mystical essence. Oh man, I just eat this holiday up. I love this stuff.
I do too, but it's kind of a shame. There's not a lot of Halloween decorations around here. We are not very festive.
In San Francisco?
Apparently. I mean, I don't know if it's... I mean, I guess it might be true in some other neighborhoods, but definitely not here.
Well, it's different, or at least it feels different. I mean, during the pandemic, all joy was canceled. So I don't think we even decorated last year for Halloween or Christmas or anything, So I wonder if people are still debating amongst themselves about how much they want to celebrate, even if they normally would. Today, I was going to decorate my whole yard, and then I was going to talk about it, but I got tired. So I'll do it tomorrow. So it's a future promise to myself to finally decorate everything.
Take a look at the help section in your Alexa app.
No, Alexa, please.
Alexa, buy porn.
The thing with I mean, I can't unplug it because I need that for some reminders, but it it only does this once a podcast and then never else any other time of the week.
Even on the most eldritch of holidays, the hoary old Halloween, All Hallows Eve, the Hallowtide, you're still having the intrusive elements of technology just having a stranglehold over your life, Jacob.
Yeah, I
know. Before we get into the madness of the holiday and everything, our previous podcast was about Malignant, and in my haste to get it out, I realized we didn't even rate the damn thing. So why don't we just rate that real quick, right now?
Sure.
As I told you before we started recording, I've been going back and forth about what I will rate it. So I'll let you go first, Jacob, so I can gather my thoughts. So what do you think?
Are you sure you want me to lead off? All right.
just do it. Just do it.
I think Peter. 10 out of 10, baby. That's why you go see movies. Is on the off chance you're going to see something wild like Malignant.
In a way, I understand because it hit me in that way. But I'm trying to be a diplomat for all people. So I've been going back and forth. I was thinking if they're serious about the movie, I was thinking a 4 out of 10. But if they're not serious and it's on purpose, I would give it a 7 out of 10. So I'm going to default to optimism. And I think I'm just going to give it a 7 out of 10 and assume that they did everything on purpose.
See, to me, I guess it doesn't matter if it was on purpose or not. Some of the greatest works of art have probably been mistakes. Don't ask me.
Terrible accidents.
Yeah. I can't actually back that up with any like actual examples, but maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's just something serendipitous about it. And I know that not everyone's going to like it. I mean, yeah, also, you guys should go listen to that podcast, because we're just hitting it out of the park with these things. Our reviews are bomb. But no, yeah, it was a good episode. A little informal because, we threw it together real quick. But yeah, no, it's good stuff. And like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm embarrassed by it, but I am. Yeah, the more time has passed, the more fond of it I have become. It's not a good movie, but it's an effective movie in bringing me joy. So I guess, yeah, I think 7 out of 10 is fair. Yeah. So it puts it in an unfair category with people who probably made things in a more earnest and honest attempt to make something good. But whatever, like you got to factor in a little bit of like luck and circumstance,
Yeah, but also like, I'm sorry, but we don't owe those people enjoyment of their movies.
And honestly, I was thinking the other day that like there's something about Gabriel, the evil person from Malignant, that almost has kind of a Freddy Krueger vibe, like that kind of way where like it's an evil character that people really love and respond to. So like I don't know, like I feel like you could do something with it. Yeah, it's like a franchise or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's weirdly iconic. I like him.
So we'll see whether or not like we're way off. I love that like we're doing this right when the movies come out, so that we can just make some real like bold assessments, and we won't know if, until like years later whether or not any of that will play out.
I mean, whatever. I'll stand by this. I mean, if anything, I might end up liking it more in time.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, and in other random news, Halloween Kills came out a little while ago. And so yeah, another Michael Myers movie, everybody. So congratulations.
I should see that one, but I have very little desire to.
I don't know. I eventually I'd like us to cover those, but I really hate. I hate 4, 5, and 6, the Halloween movies. Yeah, they're so bad. And it's a shame because I like both ends of the franchise. I like the beginning and I like the end stuff. Like when it gets up to around H2O, I start having fun again. But just those 3 in the middle by Mustafa Akkad, they're real hard to get through. They're quite a slog for me. So I will dread, one day we will probably cover the franchise and, just look forward to me just like slinking down in my chair, just being miserable, having to cover those movies.
See, that's kind of a shame because like I am not a big fan of the Rob Zombie ones. So I feel like,
also those.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I wonder if we're gonna sync up, and I think we probably have the same opinion on a rough opinion on Halloween 3, but like I think we're probably gonna. I don't know. I don't know how many of these movies we're actually gonna enjoy.
Sure. I actually kind of like the Rob Zombie movies. I'm just going to warn you now, everybody, that I kind of, you have to look at them a certain way. I mean, like I look at it as more like a weird music video, like rather than like a movie per se. I don't know. It's like a weird graphic novel, alternate reality revision of the character, and looking at it that way, just like as its own thing. I don't hate it. I don't know. That's almost dangerous to say because I was just thinking like my mind immediately went back to all those topless scenes. And I'm just like, that was way past the time when that was okay. Yeah, maybe I should revise my opinion.
I mean, look, I will, I'll give him credit for that. He's like the last guy doing that in his movies.
Yeah. And like, I don't know, credit to him for like getting these poor women to go along with it. Is it because he was like a music star? Or do you think that's why he got away with it? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, oh god, I don't know how to like articulate my thoughts on this. So
I've dug us into a hole, Jacob. This is my fault. So I'll dig us back out again.
Okay. I mean, so
Subject change.
Yeah.
Oh, just the other day, this is really stupid, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. I was just watching that 4-minute video. You know, have you watched any of those Netflix bots made a video about this or that series?
No. I remember listening to some like deeply troubling stuff about that, so I decided I wouldn't contribute.
Oh, what'd you hear? What'd you hear? I don't know anything about it. I'm baffled by the whole thing.
It just like, I mean, okay, like I don't think Peter, this is like maybe a little bit more serious than we want to be delving into with the podcast.
What?
But like, well, I mean, like they like, you know, prey on kids and lure them into content that is like increasingly more questionable.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
there's literally a thing. I don't know. I don't understand. And so maybe I should have researched this better before I brought it up on a recording, but I just saw this thing and it was making fun of horror movies and I was so pleased. And it's just called like Netflix bots made the first, it was either a Halloween movie or like a horror movie. You know, like I think it might have been a Halloween special, but it could have just been a horror
Okay.
film.
You know, I think you might be like, okay, because I was thinking about like the weird Elsa Gate stuff.
Yeah, where they had all the characters just pacing around on like predetermined tracks and kids would like, yeah, just watch them just walking around. Because, you know, when you're a little kid, like that's all you need is just a character you like, you know, just walking around doing stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about. I think that's like a weird Chinese company and like that stuff might be illegal now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is equally stupid. It's, you know, maybe more so. I can't tell if it's written by real people or not. But anyway, I watched a 4-minute video called Mr. Puzzles Wants You to Be Less Alive. And it's just like, I don't know, a weird amalgamation. Like it's like some kind of algorithm that like studies what made movies successful, like horror movies. And then it just throws in phrases and like the semblance of events that made several movies, you know, good, you know, and puts them together in a way that makes no sense at all. So like it ends up being like a Saw film and they just keep like mentioning other things along the way. Be like, oh yeah, your name's Jennifer and you've got a body, you know, like they're just like trying to mention Jennifer's body, you know, that sort of a thing, like weird, awkward winks at like various films.
I mean, I feel like that's eventually just how movies are going to get made.
I was thinking of that. I actually kind of want that to be the future because I like improvisation. So, I mean, they used to do that in old Next Generation episodes of Star Trek where they're just like, computer, play with these 3 different instruments and play at this tempo. And I want it to be kind of a somber mood, you know, and it would just make something up, you know, so I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
All right, computer, I want Tom Cruise to be deep faked into a mummy movie, but I want it to actually be good. Could you do that?
Error.
You know,
error.
the computer's just like, impossible. Maybe if he was the mummy, so he wouldn't say anything. Oh. I was about to try to defend Tom Cruise, but I can't because he's a creepy weirdo, so yeah.
I mean, he's fine in certain things, but yeah, I don't know. It is weird how, like, he's like I think he's still a pretty popular actor, but I don't know. Yeah, he's just, I feel like I've never seen a movie, like, even his, like, classic stuff. I mean, where like, the movie really benefited from him being in it, you know?
Yeah. But that's neither here nor there on this Gorman on Gore horror podcast. Well, maybe,
No.
I don't know, incidentally, because he made that terrible mummy movie, but
Sure. And I guess
I'm
if you
glad
look
that's
at
over.
him, like, straight on, there is the horror of the uncanny valley.
Yeah, and I heard a rumor that he will like stay in a weird icy chamber before he goes on set to do a scene. I don't know if that's true. I want it to be true.
Yeah, that's fun.
That he like
Yeah, I like that.
just emerges from like a stasis pod. Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wonder if they could be like talking about one of those like I was watching a video about how like wrestlers deal with having their bodies repeatedly beaten up for our entertainment, despite the fact that we consistently mock them for it all being fake.
Yeah.
And
yes,
they do.
yes, that's their life. Summarized
Yeah,
quite
I
well.
know. Which yeah, I mean, there is something like sad about that on a deep level, but they do
Yes.
like have these like ice therapy chambers like that, where they'll like go in for like, maybe 10 minutes or something, freeze their body, and then come out and be like, all right, well, that maybe undid a day.
I know that they do like pure oxygen to help people in basketball games and stuff like that. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a hyperbaric chamber or something like that. It does kind of help you heal. You can't do it for too long. Apparently you can breathe too much oxygen, which sounds ridiculous, but whatever. Also, it's like super flammable. So, pretty easy to blow yourself up.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's what I was thinking, is I wondered, because like Tom Cruise is kind of famous for doing his own stunts, if he's like kind of messed some stuff up over the years, and that's what he uses.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it's like in Nothing But Trouble, when like, that judge goes into his bedroom and just takes off like his whole face. They're all like prosthetics and like a fake wig and a fake nose and fake ears.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm sad I even just remembered that movie. Don't go watch that. Don't do it. It's not a good movie. Chevy Chase isn't great.
No. I mean, also Red Letter Media did a video about that, so like, go watch that instead.
Yeah, exactly. Watch someone summarize it for you. Don't sit down and watch those two giant baby monsters in the junkyard. That part's real upsetting in a way that it's not meant to be.
Yeah, it's like, they are very gross.
Yeah. Those babies gave me nightmares. So today, Jacob, on this, our Halloween special, we're covering the WNUF Halloween Special. You know what?
Right, we are. Huh?
You know what? This is a good time. We could actually just play the trailer. So let's do that.
Oh, sure.
Don't check your dial, folks. You didn't tune into Transylvania's public access station. No, sir. Tonight is Halloween.
Halloween is Satan's night, the night of the devil.
Reporter Frank Stewart has a special Halloween treat in store for viewers tonight. He'll be leading a group of paranormal experts to the infamous Weber House.
Do you know what happened here in the Weber House?
Some people got killed. Their son went haywire.
Frank Stewart and his team of experts will conduct the first ever live on TV seance.
Evil works in mysterious ways, Frank. It's unpredictable.
Are there any spirits in the house?
It's scary.
That's far out.
There's that or
something strange going on in this house. Animal mutilation, paranormal disturbances, devil worship. Wait, whoa, hold on. This is not staged. Hello? Is this the work of the devil? Folks, we are going where no camera crew has gone before. Father, perform the exorcism. This is not some Halloween prank. The grisly evidence of the supernatural is real. We'll be right back.
You're watching the WNUF Halloween Special.
Okay, I think that's it. So yeah, the WNUF Halloween Special, the little movie that could, or at least in my estimation, okay, first of all, you need to know some facts before we even get into this. This is a specific kind of movie for a specific kind of person. I watched this every single Halloween ever since the first time I saw it, which was a couple of years ago. I mean, this only came out in, 2013, I think. I could be wrong about that. Anyway, it's fairly recent. It's a soothing movie. It reminds me of the terrible old local access TV shows that I had to watch back in the 90s when I was a little one. So, I don't know. Would this be entertaining to someone who doesn't already have that nostalgia? I don't know for sure. But, there's something kind of comforting about it to me.
I did show it to my sister and her husband last Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And how did that go?
Their reactions were mixed.
Interesting. All right.
But they did like the commercials.
Well, I mean, that's what it's about. I mean, and also, we need to explain what the hell this movie is. Okay, so first of all, this is an 81-minute movie, and 25 of those minutes are commercials. So, over 1/4 of the film is all just what would normally be considered filler. I don't know if you've ever watched an old VHS tape or an old recording that's been, brought from those times, but the longer ago something was, the more fascinating the old commercials become. It's things you take for granted, the everyday humdrum mundane stuff that was so important to you to a certain piece of time, like your childhood or just some time when you were in a certain place, that it just gets lost because of how common it is, because people don't really value commercials. It's like garbage, it gets in your way and you just want it gone. You're trying not to think about it. Usually you'll get a few catchy jingles that'll like sort of roll around in your head for years to come. But it's one of those things that I think historians and other people will really delight in because it gives you a lot of strange information. It gives you context, for like how people were living their lives and what they felt and what they desired, And that's what this movie is. It's a big examination of 80s ads wrapped around the pretense of a story about a live news broadcast that goes terribly wrong with horrifying consequences. Also, it was shot cheaply, so not everyone's going to be able to put up with that. This was made in 5 days. Well, it was shot in 5 days, and it cost approximately $1,500, or at least that's what the director says. So this is about as indie as it gets, folks. It'll probably be the cheapest thing I ever cover on Gorman on Gore. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. Most of the actors didn't get paid. They just liked to be there. And they used an enormous amount of stock footage and just old, VHS stuff that nobody wants and just mingled it in.
Yeah.
So it's interesting in that way that it's, I don't know, I feel like they do a lot with a little, but yeah. Also, you need to like think of the function of a film. At least I like to, especially for horror films. It's a recurring theme here on Gorman on Gore, is how you can utilize a movie or, even just more broadly, a genre to optimize your life, for things you like. So for Halloween, you're carving pumpkins, you're decorating your house, you're getting in the festive spirit. This is that movie for me. I love just having this movie on in the background, just bowling through the cheesy 80s ads and like the corny old, like terrible Halloween jokes that the newscasters make. This is like, I don't know, sitting by a fireplace with like hot cocoa for me, it's perfect in that sense, but it is very specific and it also is very backgroundy. Like for most of the movie, like especially the first 20 minutes or so, they're not even going to the newscast, like live thing, where all the action really happens. So you can skip almost like, a quarter of the movie and not really miss anything, come to think of it.
Yeah.
But I like that. Maybe that's part of it, is that I like the unhurried way the movie goes about its life or its existence, I should say. It's just like, no, I'm not gonna quickly do anything. We're just gonna show ads and just enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, it does feel more authentic, at least that way.
Yeah, it rides a line. It doesn't quite hit utter authenticity. For one thing, if you've watched real 80s ads on an old broadcast, they're way more repetitive and they're way less interesting. So like the sad thing is that because these ads are a little more varied and a little more interesting, it actually makes it less realistic. It's not, I don't think you'll ever fool anyone. I mean, even though the makers of this movie, Chris LaMartina, he tried to fool people. He made 50 copies of this on VHS and he hid them at like horror conventions. He threw them out of the windows of his car. He like left them in thrift stores and at pawn shops. He was trying to create like a whisper movement, like a campaign.
Oh, sure. Like, and House of Leaves.
Yeah. Or, Blair Witch, but less successful. Blair Witch was a huge success. So yeah.
Yeah.
I guess this is more abortive, but this is a little indie guy trying his best. And I don't know that it actually succeeds in a way like the War of the Worlds, did in 1938. You're not going to ever convince anybody that the murder that happens in this movie actually did happen. Oh wait, murder. No. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but bad things happen. And, but that's almost not the point, at least not for me. I don't know. I really enjoy the journey, It just feels like a real, nice peaceful walk down an autumn trail, you know, with like the orange leaves falling down around you. You know, you're just loving the holiday, you know, just basking in the fallness of it, you know, the Halloween joy.
Yeah. And then some horrible murders happen.
Yeah, and then at the end, yeah, spoiler alert, I guess.
Come on, like
a handful of horrible murders.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole movie builds to that.
Yeah,
it's not exactly...
and thank God it goes somewhere. In fact, maybe it's better we do tell you, because some people will get mad because they think nothing will ever happen, you know, and I wouldn't blame them, because it takes a very long time. And as like the pressure builds in the movie, they keep cutting to commercials on purpose, because that's what newscasters would do. You know, when there's like a difficult moment, they're like, I don't know how to cover this instance. Just cut to a commercial.
Yeah.
And you watch like an ad about tampons or something. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, we gotta, I'm going to be briefly describing each ad as we go through them. And like, we're going to have to choose our favorites, but I'm going to say right now that tampon ad is like, it's up there for me. It's one of my favorites.
I really liked the one, was it Galaxy Pilot?
I was going to say, like, I feel bad I didn't record it, because I could not figure out what the plot was. You know, they try to explain what's happening in that show, and it's like,
yeah,
it's 3 or 4 sentences, and each sentence makes it more convoluted. Like, oh, well, this ship is missing, and does this mean that the pact between this person and that person is broken? Well, I don't know. It's like, oh God, what are you talking about? It's like Babylon 5.
Yeah. Well, actually, it also reminded me, because I used to see commercials for the show Space Above and Beyond that were kind of like that, where it's like, man, I guess that could be cool. I am never going to understand what they're saying or what the context is, because I'm not watching that show.
Yeah. It's like, I do appreciate that when they don't even try to explain what's happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a found footage movie, but this is one of the better versions, I would argue. This is more in line with, as I mentioned before, this is more like the War of the Worlds broadcast, you know, from 1938, where they're trying to fake everyone out. Well, Orson Welles denies it. Although even when he was doing the broadcast, I was just reading about this like just a few minutes ago. Apparently the police tried to break in and stop the broadcast from finishing because it was upsetting too many people. I had never heard that before, and I'm just so pleased as punch to hear that. For God's sakes, turn it off!
That's pretty funny.
Oh God. Yeah, they didn't have any ads in the show, and normally they did. So, you know, if you're getting mad at your podcast for having these ads interspersed amongst, you know, your quality content, just know that that's always been the case. Big business has always been sticking its butt into everybody's business. So yeah, I mean, even back then in 1938, you know, but they didn't have any sponsors for that particular section. So they didn't have a reason to stop. And that's when they were going to tell people it was fake, was anytime they stopped. So they went through almost the entire broadcast, freaking everyone out. And they didn't say anyone was like, they started getting phone calls from like the chief or police or whoever, and just being like, please tell them it's not real. And it was right at the moment when the fake news broadcaster in the story was being killed by poison gas. Like, oh, well, too late now.
So, you know, that's why we have commercials. So you don't think any of this is real. Hopefully
so you're not
don't
upset.
Think that,
yeah. Into making a terrible mistake.
Yeah. You know, hopefully you don't think that two people are alone in their rooms recording a podcast together. It's all
on
fake.
Halloween, Jacob. It's all real.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mentioned in a previous podcast, which still has yet to come out, that this is also similar to Ghost Watch, the BBC publication, or whatever you want to call it. It was a live broadcast, a real one. And it happened in 1992. And they pretended that they were visiting a house of a haunted manor. Well, it wasn't a manor. It was just a house. And they had a ghost lady named Pipes. And the little kid in the house, he thinks it's like a friend, you know, like Captain Howdy, like in The Exorcist, where like at first they thought it was something just playful. Like, oh yeah, we call her Pipes because she bangs on the pipes. And then it turns out it's like this horrible dead woman. And you actually see part of her in the movie. Well, not movie. It's a broadcast where like they partially open a door and you see her silhouette and she looks horrible. It's so good because you never even see all of her. This is part of my jam. I guess maybe this is just my bias because I really like, the WNUF is also like this where it's a little subtle. It just implies some horrible stuff. It doesn't always have to lay it on thick. It just lets like your mind go to work on the implications of something, just going on in the background.
It doesn't feel the, I was gonna say it doesn't feel the need to show a giant Blair Witch monster like in that new Blair Witch movie.
Is there another Blair Witch beyond the second movie?
Yeah, it was like a prequel or something. I don't know.
I actually kind of like the second Blair Witch movie, but it's
it's not Book of
Shadows. If they actually show what it is. Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm thinking of.
No, they just call it Blair Witch.
Oh, so it's some kind of a sequel. Okay.
Yeah.
I was disappointed to learn that. Oh yeah, so
And they
you
do
see a
show
giant
it.
witch monster?
Yeah, which is like, come on.
That's a choice. All right then. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Come to think of it, I never did hear any cases of people getting in actual pain or trouble because of Blair Witch, which is a shame because it seemed like that ad campaign where they pretended it was all real and the actors were dead. I just thought that was so good. They had the fake documentary that was on the Sci-Fi Channel at the time.
Yeah.
And, they made up a town. It's near Burkittsville, but I don't think Blair actually exists where the movie takes place. But that's a similar premise as well. Although the downside is that it's all shaky cam and the characters are incredibly stupid at the end and you want them to die. The upside of the WNUF Halloween Special is that they're all fairly competent news people. They know exactly what they're doing and they don't like the disruptions that are happening around them. I relate to that. I like a young, or maybe not a super young. Well, okay. I like a professional of some sort, who's just getting aggravated with like the dystopia that's happening all around them. What is that noise? I didn't plan for this.
Yeah, that is fun.
The main character of this WNUF movie is, what is his name? Frank. Yeah, I keep wanting to say French Stewart, but no, that's the guy from Third Rock from the Sun. That's Frank Stewart.
We could just call him
anyway,
Frank
yeah.
Stewart.
Yeah, maybe I will. The guy's real name is Paul Fahrenkopf. I love this guy. He's got a great voice. He's a comic of some sort, and so he's got a real good repartee. He's witty, and he's also real mean-spirited, and it plays out well in the movie. It rides a line that I like because I don't like it when any character is too unpleasant and becomes too unlikable, because most humans aren't like that, People will usually have flaws, but they're not going to be like horrible in every way. Like it's only in a couple of ways, maybe.
Oh, I thought this was kind of funny. He has an uncredited role on the episode of Veep as a journalist.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I don't know. I just thought that was kind of funny.
I didn't realize that I had watched the Chris LaMartina film before I saw this. See, I don't know. I hesitate to bring it up, but I guess I sort of have to. And anyways, it's good for his filmography if I do.
Oh, wait.
I saw.
Can I guess? Because it's
sure.
I'm guessing it's the most shameful sounding one.
Yeah. Here we go.
Call Girl of Cthulhu.
Yeah, that's the one I saw.
Hell yeah.
Listen, it was free on Amazon for a while. Not anymore. And I was just like, well, listen, I mean, I don't even have to pay for it. I'm kind of a Lovecraft fan. Like, should I watch this? All right, I'm fine. And yeah, he shows up in it. And in fact, actually, most of the cast of this movie in WNUF is also in that movie. Because these are the same people, with the same director. So, in fact, actually, they were raising money for Call Girl of Cthulhu while they were filming WNUF. So it was happening at almost the same time. In that movie, Paul Fahrenkopf plays a John to the woman that's been infested with a Cthulhu monster, tentacle thing. So then he gets killed by her. Like, I forget exactly how he dies. I think he's crushed to death or something. You know, the usual thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I hope I see him in more things. Oh yeah, and that's what I was getting at also. You know, like I said, Frank Stewart or French Stewart, you know, whichever you prefer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not as unpleasant as the man is in. I almost like shudder to bring it up again, but a Tales from the Crypt episode, season 2, episode 16, Television Terror, where it's a news host and he's investigating a haunted house live. It's almost the exact same premise. And he is just such an unpleasant man that everyone's like rooting for him to die. So when all of this stuff starts to come alive, people are like, you know, like they're demanding to keep it on the air, even though the man's like screaming for his life. It's actually a really good episode. Everyone's just like, yeah, do it. It really freaked me out as a kid. I don't know. I think it's a pretty effective episode. But he's not a very nice guy, you know. I mean, and that is essentially the amount of story you get in this. I mean, because the WNUF Halloween Special, it's not trying to do any heavy lifting. It's just, you know, it's doing just enough. So, you know, you get a gentle news broadcast with people making polite jokes. You get some weird ads. And then you get Frank Stewart going into a haunted house that he doesn't believe is haunted, you know, which I love. You can tell right off the bat that he has no belief in any of it. And he's just trying to manipulate people into getting ratings. I can tell he's probably like a real ambitious son of a bitch behind the scenes.
Hey, so I just found something real quick. I'm going to send it to you. It's a pre-order,
sure,
I guess, campaign thing on Kickstarter, and it might be relevant to your interests.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I actually just saw this. Chris LaMartina doesn't really have a lot of money. So he does a lot of Kickstarters and stuff. He also did a GoFundMe back in 2020 for the sequel to this movie. And I don't know where that is in production. I'm hoping he's making it. I was going to wait till the end of this to talk about that, but yeah, no.
Oh, sure.
He's still churning this stuff out. So I know I'm happy that he's still working. When he made WNUF, he was 27. So he has the makings to be someone who will haunt us for years to come. For good or bad, you know?
Yeah.
I'm hoping for a good couple of decades of this guy's work. So yeah, bring it on, Chris. I'm all for it, baby.
Yeah, I mean, if you can keep delivering movies as good as Call Girl of Cthulhu and Dead Teenagers, we're set.
Well, listen, he's working with what he's got. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I'm not really a fan of like the low budget exploitation stuff usually. And Call Girl of Cthulhu is 100% that. But I really like WNUF, and I think it's because he has such a dedication to the authenticity of it. I mean, I don't think he ultimately succeeded in it being utterly authentic, but it's authentic enough. He described it in an interview with someone that it was sort of like, you know, he's trying to make almost like a Christopher Guest movie, except some murders happen. So, and I think he succeeded in that. I don't know. It's got a nice mix for me, where like it's real kind of warm and fuzzy, but it's also got some weirdness and darkness, and it's got a bit of the, I don't know, the societal issues that came out of the 80s that we never quite entirely solved. You know, the obsession with Satanism, the war on drugs, the total disregard of the poor, you know, the all of that. The yuppie lifestyle. I love that one ad where, I forget who it is. There's some guy like proposing or something or giving a jewel to someone. And he says like, I love you. And he's got like the closed mouth, like just baring his teeth while he's saying it. Like that's how intense his love is. Yeah. And I'm just like, that is such a rich guy face you just made, you know, like an 80s rich guy face. I love you.
I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know, you probably grew up watching like jewelry ads like that, which were just like weirdly intense.
Yeah. The Ralph Lauren perfume commercials and like, you know, all those diamond commercials, Zales and whatever.
Yeah. Which I guess, I mean, I don't watch much TV or listen to much radio, but I feel like you don't get a lot of diamond commercials anymore. Or at least not
No, you still do.
Well, like, not the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not like that, but those guys are still making money and they always will.
Oh, sure.
Even though we can make diamonds with machines, like we have no reason to value them anymore.
I know.
And now they devalue diamonds for being too perfect. You're like, oh, this is a cubic zirconia because it has no flaws. It didn't have to be ripped from the earth, by the labor of man. You didn't have to destroy the environment to get this, so it's not worth anything, guys.
Yeah,
just put it in a chainsaw or something.
Yeah, this isn't a conflict diamond, so it's worthless.
Yeah, these aren't blood diamonds. I needed someone to have died for me to value this. Put it on the ring of my wife.
I like that. Also,
I'm sorry. Did we go too far, guys? We might have gone too far.
Well, no, I don't think so. No, but also just I that's a pretty successful racket they've built up. And I mean, especially just when you think about, like, for the sake of individualism, maybe just, like, pick something that isn't a diamond, But no, almost nobody does that.
They also don't really hold their value. I went through a hoarding phase for, like, gold and silver and stuff. I've sold it all, so please don't come kill me looking for it. It's all gone. But yeah, I don't know. I've seen so many movies, with like that little black pouch, like the felt pouch with the diamonds in it, that I kind of wanted one of those. I'm just like, would it be worth it to have a little pouch of diamonds? And the answer is no. It's not worth it. The markup is like too high, and it depreciates as soon as you get it home, like a car, but with even less reason because they're diamonds. They're like indestructible.
Yeah.
So, even just sitting in your house, they're not worth as much as what you paid for them. And they don't really gain in value. It feels almost exclusively like a sham for jewelry. Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. Tradition, I guess?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure heavy marketing and lobbying on the parts of those companies to, like, keep that
big diamonds.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're talking, like, dollar value, it's probably cheaper to just buy an AK and raid one of those, like, Russian warehouses where they just keep that stuff in giant bins.
Yeah, you can make diamonds out of peanut butter. I don't know if the audience knows that. You can just compact it with a great deal of force, and any, like, amount of protein can be compacted into diamonds. There's also protein in meat, so you could crush a human, hypothetically, into a diamond. So, just something to think about, everybody.
Someone should do this, because I'm sure as hell not going to do it, but that's a good general horror premise, is like a killer who, like, crushes people into diamonds.
It's easier to do it with coal or oil or other things that have, like, a lot of protein. Oh, wait.
Sure, but it's really messed up to do it with, like,
a person. Yeah, it'd be more meaningful, like you're wearing your defeated foe.
Yeah.
Okay, so we should get into it already. I mean, there's actually not a whole lot to talk about in a good way. That's a weird thing to say, but it's delightful that we can just kind of pass over it. And once again, I'm gonna lie and say that this is gonna be a short episode. It's never a short episode.
No,
but, I'll do my best.
I mean, even Malignant was getting up there.
Yeah, it was. I know. I make all these promises. I can't keep them. I have no discipline, or rather, we don't. I don't hold us to anything. We're just gonna talk until we don't feel like it. So it's as long as it's gonna be, and you're gonna like it, or you can turn it off. But no, please don't do that. Please don't go.
Or at least, like, wait for the Blue Chew ad. Yeah.
The Blue Chew ad. Yeah. Are you suffering from erectile dysfunction? No, we're not doing any ads yet.
No.
Well, we probably will eventually. I guess. I don't know. I haven't really made up my mind on that, but I'm not worried about it right now.
No, I mean, I'm not either. I think it'd be like a fun thing to do, especially if we do choose something like Blue Chew.
Really? You want to just darken our reputation immediately? You just go right to... Wait, what does that even do? Is that the one that makes your pee-pee hard? Is that what that does?
Well, Peter, actually, what Blue Chew does is... no, I mean, it is like a penile ED pill, so,
Yeah, God. It's such a racket because no one's going to complain if it doesn't work. I saw an ad the other day for a local, like, erectile dysfunction surgery clinic of some sort, some kind of plastic surgeon or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just thinking, like, how good that would be, because if it doesn't work, you're not going to complain because it's so shameful. So you're just, like, taking Rube's money, and it almost doesn't matter what you do. Like, you can try something, and if it doesn't work, they're not going to say anything, It's just over.
What do you see? Are you saying we should like stop the podcast and make dick pills?
Well, I mean, it's probably a good money source, but no, let's not do that.
Okay.
I feel like it's deeply immoral and wrong. Well, see, I don't want to burn bridges with potential people.
Also, yeah. Hey, Peter, hold on. I'm gonna like clap here. Maybe cut that part out so you don't burn bridges with Blue Chew, which I'm sure is a reputable company.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%, Jacob.
Yeah.
Money back guarantee, everybody. Coming soon, Blue Chew for women.
Yeah, it's a 4.5 rating on innerbody.com.
All right, well, I mean, from a reputable source like that, I mean, how could you go wrong?
Yeah.
So, anyway, let's get to the movie, shall we?
Yeah, sure.
For lack of a better segue, I just want to like note that right off the bat, you get this like what I call a soothing VHS hum at the very start. You're either in or you're out as soon as you hear it. If you've never heard a crappy old VHS tape, it's going to annoy you. You know, people will say that vinyl records are better because they have that warm hum. But you know what that warm hum is? That's inaccuracy. That's like little flaws and stuff. People will lie and say it's something else. But no, I mean, like, it is nice on a record. It is not nice on a VHS, but it is of its time. So, yeah.
Like, I can
it's a hallmark of the age.
Yeah, I can understand, like, people having nostalgia for it, but there's a reason why there isn't, like a real market for, like, getting stuff on VHS like there can be with records, you know?
Well, for one thing, it doesn't age well. The VHS, the way it's recorded, it's like a magnetic seal on strips of tape, and over time it degrades even more than it normally would. Like, it starts crappy, and it gets worse.
Yeah.
To the point where after a while it's unwatchable. So after a few years, I actually have a number of old VHS tapes up on a shelf looking at them right now. And I don't even have a VCR anymore. So I don't know what I'm going to do with these things. They're just going to sit there forever. They're probably unwatchable at this point anyway.
Yeah, I had to throw mine out, which was a bit of a shame, especially because I had Transformers, the movie, on VHS.
The Michael Bay one? Or the
80s
one?
Yeah, I went and like traveled in through like a time vortex and got the Michael Bay Transformers movie on VHS.
I don't know how long they were making VHS. I wouldn't have been entirely shocked.
A thing that didn't happen in this reality, but in another world entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, for this movie, it was digitally recorded, and then they recorded it onto a VHS tape. And then they took that VHS tape, and then they recorded it onto another VHS tape. And then they recorded that VHS tape back onto a digital recording. So, they put it through, like, essentially, like, it's almost similar to the filters you get on, like a video editing thing, except it's real. They intentionally ran it through some real rough filters, like lost data, made it sound bad and look weird and old. And, I have to say it works. It looks quite effective, even though the acting and, it's a little too winking at the audience to ever really feel like you're for sure in the 80s.
Yeah.
It does look like they are. And, like the costumes are good. It all feels fairly authentic. I'm quite pleased with it.
Yeah. Also, as long as we're talking about general aesthetics, you should look up the cover for this video because it's giving me strong Goosebumps vibes with the
the shocked kid.
Yeah.
I wonder if they spent the most money on the whole movie for just that shot of just a kid shocked, like sitting in front of a TV with a mask on.
I mean, honestly, it does look like it has the most production value of anything in the movie.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's supposed to imply, that this is a real thing that happened and that a kid watching TV would be shocked by it.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. It claims it happened in 1987. And I was surprised because I was going to pick this movie apart and be like, oh, well, these things don't line up properly because they make references to movies that happened in the 80s. And I thought for sure I would win. I would win and I would find something. So that's what it is for me. It's winning. Where I'd find something that didn't fit, like it didn't line up properly, but it actually, it all does. So I don't know. So even in my like nerdy, like, hypercritical fashion, I still wasn't really able to pick it apart. least not in that respect, you know.
Which means the movie beat you.
Yeah, it did. I was beaten. Yeah, I didn't win. I lost. Yeah. So the movie starts with an ad about STDs, you know, as all good movies do.
Sure.
Wait, stop, think. There's nothing sexy about STDs. Do people still say STD? Because, like, I feel like in my head, it's always going to be STD. I think before that it was VD, and then now it's something else, and I've already forgotten what it is. What is it now? STI? I think that's what they're called now.
Yes. Yeah, I think that is the correct term. I mean, I feel like STD is a bit more catchy. Also,
more fun to say.
Yeah, somebody stop me. I'm browsing through Wikipedia because you mentioned the movie set in 87, and I was like, oh, hey, there's a tag down here. What other movies are set in 87? Oh, Foxcatcher is. How's that relevant?
Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't know. But I know.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Well, this is set in 87, so, like, the relevant stuff would all be from before that, technically.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's true. Yeah. Anyway.
So this is WNUF TV 28. You know, everybody of a certain age, I suppose. Well, I mean, we still have these gibberish abbreviation, you know, names for things. We got KCPQ up here in Seattle, you know, and a bunch of others that I've forgotten almost all of. And yeah, there was a long time where all of the joy in your life was relegated into the narrow pipes of terrible old local TV channels that would have showcase theaters. It'd be like once a day, you know, or once a week even, where it'd just be like, all right, here's the one thing you might like, you pathetic person. You know, like, it'd be like late Saturday, 2 a.m. We're watching Poltergeist, you know, although it would sound way less good, you know, because it's all recorded, you know, on this horrible analog stuff. So it would sound like somebody was talking from behind a box, you know, like, oh, it's on the theater. They really overused the oral excite things or whatever, where like a lot of rumble to the sound.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I mean, I feel like you know, not to like be too like kids these days, but like, listen,
the kids these days, they got it made. Like, they can just watch whatever they want.
I know. I mean, like, media only became good within like the past 2 decades.
That is the way to put it. I don't think there's a thing where like, everything is better now. Everything. If you don't like what's going on around you, you just stare at a screen that has a thing you like on it. You don't have to engage with people. You don't have to change your reality. You know, you don't have to make friends. You can just stare at a screen. You know, that's all I wanted as a kid. All I had was a Game Boy, and that thing was crap. It was black and white, and it was like a brick. It was real big. I remember throwing it against the wall once. It didn't even break.
It always like strikes me as
I was playing Tetris. It wasn't even a good reason to throw a Game Boy.
Oh, Jesus. But no, like that always strikes me as funny because you get people like complaining about the monoculture or whatever, but it's like it has never been easier to avoid that.
Yeah,
like
I actually think the only thing that's lost is a shared continuity we've all had. And I think where I heard this, it might have actually been something on Red Letter Media where they talked about the cultural diffusion, where we all had a thing in common when everybody would watch Gilligan's Island. And, you know, Gilligan's Island was not good. It was like, I think it was on like Nick at Night when I was a kid. So, I mean, this is a little past my time and I still saw it, but we all did. And because of that, we all had that cultural milestone. And so that's the one thing I think that we might lack somewhat from previous eras is we don't have as many things that we can relate on. It's like everyone has to tiptoe around each other's feelings and people don't try to be nice, you know, about things. I've noticed people have real big opinions about movies these days, you know, or about everything really.
Well, you know, I think that to a degree that's true, but I don't think that's really gone away because, I mean, especially with like social media, I haven't seen it, but like everyone's talking about that Netflix show, Squid Game.
Which is, I was afraid to bring it up because I still haven't seen it. I'm
sorry,
everyone. I'm sorry.
It's like people watch. They still have like a collective media consumption that they engage in. It's just that I think like Squid Game is maybe a great example of it because that's...
Yeah, maybe so. Or like Bird Box or whatever.
I mean, maybe that's like a less good example, but like that's like a great example of how like I don't think that like the corporate, like the general like corporate culture of the like days past would have been like, you know what people are gonna love? Like a Korean show about a death game.
Yeah. Yeah. That really doesn't occur to...
No, so I mean, like, I don't know. I think maybe in some ways, society is both good and bad, and that things are sometimes better or worse than they used to be.
Oh, really? That's a surprisingly milquetoast opinion, Jacob. How very lukewarm and neutral of you.
No, but you know what I mean.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, every era has its ups and downs and things. They do the WNUF TV 28 evening news opener, and I love it because it's just an amalgamation of like terrible looking stock footage of like a city skyline and like people dancing, and I don't know. I just love like the both like authenticity of it, but also the laziness of like what I knew actually happened, you know, where they're just, we have so much of this, just this useless footage of people going around doing stuff. We can put as much as we want here. So we got two hosts. You got Gavin Gordon in a Dracula outfit. He's basically Fred Willard, you know, in like a Christopher Guest movie. He's, you know, an amiable older man who likes to make kind of dull dad jokes. And then you got Deborah Merritt, an adorable older lady. She's actually maybe my favorite character, but like they imply that she lives an incredibly lonely life because at the very end of it, they're just like, so what are you going to do for Halloween? And she's like, I don't know. I think I'm just going to hang out with my cats.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that made me so sad. I'm just like, really? Oh, okay. Anchor lady. You think that people would want to hang, you know? But no, I'm just going to go shut myself away and pet my cats and just listen to the clock tick.
For a bit of fun, you should look up her IMDb page.
Oh, what's her face? Leanna Shamish?
Yeah. Now, I'm gonna name some titles real quick.
Oh my god.
Synthetivity.
Okay.
Fear
I did not
of
look this up,
clowns.
so I'm actually a little... I'm a little surprised, yeah, actually.
Yeah.
I did not look into her IMDb stuff at all. Oh my god. All right.
Oh, she was also in Call Girl of Cthulhu. Let's see.
Yeah, like I said, most of them do show up in both.
The Devil's Playthings. Oh my god. Vampire Sisters. She has a type of content she stars in. It seems like.
Interesting. I'm honestly surprised because she plays this nice woman role so well. I thought that this was her whole thing. So I am genuinely shocked. Holy hell. All right then. That is interesting. Maybe she's got enormous range, you know? Like, is this a thing she's doing? Like, is this like a role that she's like descended into? I've never seen her other work, or at least not enough of it to get a sense of it, you know?
Okay, it is also funny how many times she plays a character just named Mom.
Oh, okay. So maybe that is her thing. Yeah, she's very much like, you know, the sweet, lovely mom, you know, like just adorable.
Sure.
And then also she's in movies like what was that? I can't even say it. Synthesicity.
Yeah, it's like sensitivity, but with like sin.
Oh, sensitive. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Interesting. No, she's great. Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like, you know, like that's some sort of insult against her. No, she should do more things, and she's wonderful in this.
Yeah.
She's only in the first 20 minutes, you know, because she's part of the newscast. So.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, to be clear, this is mostly just kind of funny because it's like seems very against type for her.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, I'm genuinely shocked. Like when I started seeing something, I was like, really? All right. Well, you take what you can get, I suppose. But
yeah.
Yeah, that is very interesting. All right. So there are 3 topics for the newscast that they discuss. I like actually that they just sort of lay it out before it begins. So it's like, you get a sense of what's going on. And also, this is just something newscasts do, where they're like, well, here's the 3 things. So there's a religious organization that opposes Halloween, just in general. There's a controversial ad for the governor's race. I like that one of them is clearly evil. I'll just say that now.
Yeah.
Like I thought that they would muddy the waters, but I think this is part of how you know that this isn't a super serious movie because of just the governor's ad.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to. And then, of course, then there's Frank Stewart live at the haunted house. It's the Weber house where a kid went crazy back in the 60s and killed his parents. That old story.
A tale as old as time.
Yeah, and then it begins. I mean, then it really begins. Because if, we start with the newscasters and you're like, okay, well, this is going to be it, right? Wrong. This is one of the only movies that has the cojones to just descend into ephemera and nonsense. It's all just ads. I mean, really, I'm here for the ads. But this is a good movie to zone out to. If you want. You don't have to. But yeah, you can totally just not pay attention to the ads, just in the same way that you don't pay attention to real ads. You can perk up when they say something weird, but you don't have to pay attention. And I'm going to describe some of these maybe in detail, but a lot of these I'll probably just gloss over because that's how you're supposed to take it.
Yeah, I will say the first time I rewatched this movie just to kind of get some notes, I did find myself after 20 minutes realizing that I just hadn't written down anything because I had just I was just zoning out and I'm like, oh, damn. All right, no, I need to actually watch this.
It's a good movie to just string up Halloween lights, or do some kind of arts and crafts stuff.
Yeah.
I like it it's good for domestic labor. That's my recommendation. So yeah, thumbs up for that. I don't know. Does that sound stupid? Maybe. But think of all of the movies like that people do for Christmas. Like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. How many people actually sit and watch that movie? I mean, well, if you ever even have. If you watch it at all, it's almost always that people turn it on and ignore it until Yukon Cornelius shows up.
Yeah.
Because the part where he fights the abominable snowman is the best part. Yukon Cornelius, here!
Yeah. Oh god, that's
yeah.
I
just remember I remember as a kid doing something and then I would just hear that sad song that the little lady doe sings, be or no, maybe it was the mom. It was there's always tomorrow for dreams to come true. Yeah, it's just oh god. It's trying to put me to sleep here, man.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is to each their own, I'm glad that this is doing this for Halloween. They're giving us one. We don't got enough of these for this season, for this holiday.
Yeah. I mean, and God, the movies that the movies that
Chris
try
Martina. Or La Martina.
The movies that genuinely try for it are so just awful, bland, dour. I haven't seen it. You were talking about that before we started, that Halloween tree. That just looks like dog shit. Yeah.
I was gonna base this whole episode off of making fun of Ray Bradbury's The Halloween Tree because of how much I hated that. Well, I was gonna say movie, but I think it's sort of a made-for-TV special kind of a thing. And yeah, so let me briefly describe it from my inaccurate childhood memories. I'm not even gonna bother to look it up.
Yeah.
So a kid dies or is kidnapped by death or somebody, some kind of spectral figure, and he has a lot of friends who really love him. So right off the bat, unrealistic, but but no, they go on a wild adventure through history to see the various aspects of where Halloween came from. And this is written by Ray Bradbury, who is a very soft and sentimental writer. He loves like the joys of childhood and like the sacredness of the time. Stephen King kind of borrows from his love, I feel like, for some of his works. Like It feels very heavily borrowed from Ray Bradbury's childhood optimism, the idealism of it.
Yeah.
So anyway, the kids, they go back and they see like, oh, there's Day of the Dead, you eat the skull candies. There's the offerings of food for the ancient Egyptians, all these things that are not Halloween. I'm just going to say it. They're not. They're things that are like briefly like or associated because they're in a similar season or they're a similar subject matter, but they did not create what Halloween is now, like it's misleading. It's propaganda. And I should be defending it because I love Halloween. Mm-hmm. Like I should be kissing its butt and going along with the lie, but I have a stickler for the truth. And, and honestly, in the end, modern Halloween is mostly from Irish and Scottish people who like to do vandalism around this time of year and paying penance for it. Like it's bribery to prevent being attacked by people, literally trick or treat. And there was a long tradition, like, especially like in the 1920s and before, where kids would steal gates. They would steal an entire gate and walk off with it. And, they thought that was so funny. It wasn't just a gate to your front house. Sometimes it was the gate to like your sheep pen or the gate for where your cows are. And the animals would get everywhere, and the kids would laugh and laugh. It's just, the pranks that they pulled were not fun, There was a long tradition in Detroit of burning down abandoned buildings around Halloween. They'd call it Hell Day. Sometimes it was in the week. Sometimes it was on the same day. So anyway, all I'm getting at is that even though this movie is like, the WNUF, like there's a later part where Harvest, it's a religious organization, it talks about how Halloween is like the devil's birthday or whatever. They have some nonsense thing. It's closer to the truth than most people are willing to admit. I'm willing to admit that that's kind of true, but I love it anyway. It's just like, well, I know that at least in America, Halloween came from a tradition of bowing to the wishes of violent children. Where you have to like channel their rage into activities so they don't destroy our livelihoods, children of the corn style, Yeah. Here, put on costumes and stuff, go to parties so that you're not like throwing, crap all over my yard or whatever, or trying to burn my house down. Like, for the love of God, children.
So I was going to bring this up, and I think this is kind of funny because in Iceland, a lot of those sort of like mischievous ideas of like what kids would do during the holidays didn't happen on, because they didn't really, I guess, like have Halloween the way we would think of it, but they would do it around Christmas time.
Yeah.
And they have got some, like, if you want to look this up, look up the Yule Lads sometime, and it's great because it's basically a succession of terrible little like gnomes that I guess, like, I'm sure there's probably some cultural tradition for this, but it's like, watch out for the Yule Lad that eats your skier, which is like
I've read about them. Yeah, it's like a series of thieves who just steal valuable things that your household makes. Like you got the milk drinker, and you got all these different
yeah. And then there's like the one where kids will like dress up as like a horrible monster with like a horse skull head, and you basically have to do like an Icelandic rap battle with it, or you have to give it something. I forget what
Answer my riddles, or I take you to hell.
Yeah. But it's basically like, you have to like rhyme with me or like give me treats, and I can't remember what the name of it is. But
no, I love that stuff, and I think we just have to embrace that part of ourselves. So I don't mean to impugn Halloween, and I also don't mean to say that it's evil or whatever, but more that it's part of ourselves. It's an essential part of the human condition, like that. Like I said, this is fall for me, is like embracing the possible adversities of life, the fact that we grow old and die, that we're scared of our own shadows. all of that stuff. And I love that a lot of these old holidays are just a bad day before the good day. Like all Halloween. Oh, I was going to say Halloween is from All Hallows Day. It's the day before the day the Catholics would praise all the saints. But no one remembers that crap. We don't care. We just like the bad day that came before, the cursed day that preceded it. I've heard actually tales of the day before Christmas being a bad day. I have a great story from the Enchanted World series, those old books that people used to have on their shelves. The black ones were the good ones because that was all the spooky, scary stories with like spirits and stuff. And there's a very scary story about a woman who goes to church too soon. It's like, it's too early in the morning before Christmas. Mm-hmm. So like she gets in there when all the dead people are there having like a weird kind of like upside down ceremony or whatever, or a mass, like a mass for the dead. And so they get up and they're all like skeletons and they're trying to grab her and she like runs away screaming. And then like, she wakes up some people and like, by then enough time has passed that it was the morning and now it's the good day, Mm-hmm. So like, I love that weird kind of pagany, like juxtapositioning of, oh, well, if you have a good thing, you got to have some of that bad thing.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? If you really want to think about it, the Purge movies are basically holiday movies. Everyone needs a purge. That's basically what
I don't agree with that at all.
That's basically what Halloween is, if you really think about it.
I don't like the childish pranks. I'm not a fan of any of that. I'm not, because that sounds like I'm endorsing like frat pranks and stuff, theft and like vandalism and violence. No, I think there's a difference between acknowledging we have those feelings and encouraging them, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
I think it's more just, I don't know. I feel like Christmas is the up and Halloween is the down. That's the way I look at it in my own life, and they're both equally valid, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
You can't have one without the other.
Yeah.
A yin and a yang.
Yeah, like the purge is good, and then the day after when the purge is over is also good. Because it's not the purge.
Unless you have a forever purge, and then it's forever.
But I need to see that. I want to see that.
I didn't see it. I don't want to know how it ends. I hope in that fictional world they don't kill each other forever. That's really depressing. I bet that's how it ends.
Well, yeah, I did see like in like a trailer they used the phrase "bad hombre," and I'm like, yeah, this feels like it's gonna piss off the right people for me.
Sure. Yeah. It's timely. And that's all we're going to say about that. Okay,
sure.
So the very first ad, oh God, we've hardly gotten anywhere. So yeah, the very first ad is for the pumpkin patch at High Pike Farms. And I love these like corny old ads for like, yeah, you can go out and pick a pumpkin, that whole thing. Ride in the hayride. Scarecrow Hall of Fame. Price is so low you'll think we're out of our gourds. I did want to shoot myself a little bit the first time I heard that. I'm not a huge fan of silly puns. Oh, I don't know. I feel like you have to use them carefully. It's a dangerous weapon. You have to use it wisely.
Yeah.
Then we got an ad for the WNUF Reading Club. I only wrote this one line for it. Visit your local library today and ask about all the excitement. And I was just thinking, like, you can do one or the other. Pick one. You can't do both. You're not gonna have any excitement if you go to the library. I feel like that's like what they're implying. They're just like, go ask them about all the excitement at your local library, and it just shows stock footage of just the dreariest looking library building. Like all their funding has been cut for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then the third ad is for this one. I give the award for the most egregious use of stock footage. It's that ad for Orange Blast Off, the orange soda. Where it's just clips of oranges and then clips of spaceships. And the only way they combine them is just by having an announcer try to make it sound like it makes sense. He's just like, hey, you got your pure orange flavors and no unnatural sweeteners? Check. Just like, whatever, dude. It's just the best you got.
Hey, Peter, I have a question for you. And this is very unlikely.
Sure.
But I was thinking about it. So, because you brought it up, and I had a note about it. So, that pumpkin patch at High Pike Farm.
Yes.
Do you think that could theoretically be a reference to the actor High Pike?
I don't know, maybe. There are some references to things, other things I found in the movie.
Okay.
I don't remember where. It's hidden in one of these ads. I found a few, like, sometimes they'll use an address that seems to allude to a movie.
Yeah.
I found one or two things like that. So it's possible.
Because I was thinking about that,
maybe.
because it's a pretty deep cut to reference High Pike, especially because he has been in damn near nothing.
It's probably just a coincidence, but
you
never know with these guys, though.
I like the idea. I don't know.
Yeah, also, this is mostly directed by Chris LaMartina, but he employed the use of at least 5 other directors to help do the commercials. Mm-hmm. So even if he has a plan, I don't know necessarily that they all followed the same plan, if you know what I mean. So, like, I think that they were left to their own devices. So it's possible that, you could have weird anomalies in certain ads just kind of thrown in there.
Yeah, I'll choose to believe that's the case. I think it's fine.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Next, we have my least favorite ad in the whole movie. It's the ad for the Halloween makeup kit by French Johnson. And there's nothing wrong with it other than the fact that it's like a guy using a high squeaky clown voice, and I just hate that guy's voice.
Yeah.
I hate it to death. Halloween makeup kit by French Johnson. It's just,
it's
like
not
nails a chalkboard for me.
Yeah, but it's not even unrealistic because, like...
No, it's definitely the kind of ad you would have, yeah. In fact, I've seen that ad. I don't remember what the real company's called, but yeah, no, that is a real thing. I guess that's part of why I like this, is that even though this all seems made up, and it is all based fairly closely on real things. Like, that's the weirdness of it. It's just like, this is weird in a real way. Not a totally authentic way, but yeah, it's interesting how derivative it is for things you would never think about. I mean, I think that's part of why I like it. It's got this mundane minutia of stuff that people just tend to forget about.
Yeah.
Like later on, they have that ad for like a pumpkin carving kit, and it's got all the horrible little knives that never worked.
Okay,
the scoop that looks like crap.
My sister got 2 of those that we're going to be using, so we'll see how that
congratulations.
goes.
What I use is a nail. I poke holes. I'll tape an image to a pumpkin with something I've drawn, and then I will poke it out with a nail, and then I just cut that with a knife that's kind of not too wide, because you want to be able to like round corners and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need a kit. And for the spoon, you do need a wide spoon, and you want to place the base of your thumb like right where the spoon, like the concave surface meets the stick. I don't know why I'm giving these instructions, but whatever. Maybe you're carving a pumpkin right now, little gentle listener. Yeah, go get a wider spoon. You're probably not using a wide enough one because it really tires out your arm scraping out all the guts. So you want to keep your hand as close to the scraping surface as possible. That's what you want.
Yeah, it's just like general Halloween stuff. Like, for example, what I will often do is I will intentionally seek out a pumpkin that seems deformed in some way, and I'll kind of work out a generalized theme based on what it like if it has a bunch of lumps, maybe it's like a guy with like bad acne, or like nice. Maybe you just kind of wing it, or at least I liked it.
Another fun little trick is that you can cut out the base of the pumpkin rather than the top, so that you don't have to like mess up the top and have it like fall in if you cut it wrong. So then you can just lift up the pumpkin to put the candle in there, and you don't have to reach inside a pumpkin to pull out a candle when it's burning and hurt your hand. I actually had a year where I had a really tall pumpkin, and it got so hot in there that it created some kind of a superheated chamber, and it trapped the air too much. And so then, like, it was so hot I couldn't put in my hand to put it out. So I poured in water, and the water turned to steam, and then like, I don't know how it worked, but like it became a funnel of fire that blew up into my face.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
I've had that happen before.
So it's not just me. Like, I feel like I almost imagined it because of how strange that was. But yeah, it was some kind of strange like backdraft situation where like it's just like superheated air just like blew out, just like.
It wasn't like fire, but it was like definitely like some like hot steam when I did that.
Maybe that was it. I don't remember anymore. I thought it was fire, but
I don't know. It happens. Pumpkin carving.
Yeah.
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke, everybody. So over 3.5 minutes into the film, and we're only just getting back to the broadcast.
No, look, this is how we always do it, is we always like get like 2 hours in, we're 5 minutes in the movie, and then, then we finish it out in like an hour or so.
Well, yeah, there isn't as much to discuss in this, but I feel like in a way this is dangerous because it seems to make me want to like diverge more, to where the man, we'll be at this for like 5 hours. You're just like, here's another thing from my childhood.
Whatever, I'm fine with that.
I'll try to edit it down for you sweet folks so that you don't have to deal with all of it. Oh God. But yeah, it's just like watching regular TV, folks,
Yeah, if it gets too bad, we can do another 2-parter. Why not?
Sure, a Halloween special 2-parter.
Yeah, of all the movies, it's we do it for the WNUF Holiday Special.
Yeah, I'll just save the second half for like next Halloween, and like nobody will remember the context. Like, what even is this? As promised, here it is. So, they have some Halloween safety tips.
Yeah.
With Officer Howard Bookwalter. This is the part where the kids would zone out and leave the room. In any news broadcast, when they have the safety part, this is the part where everybody zones out. But adults will sit there and pretend they're listening. But kids will, I remember as a kid, I would just leave when they started talking about something that makes my life safer and more secure.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, they just say, have an adult handy. Inspect candy so you don't get stabbed with a needle containing the AIDS virus. Oh, that old gag.
Yeah.
Oh, you got me again.
I love the modern incarnation of that, where it's like, watch out, someone might give out weed candy. Someone's just sitting there like nefariously like stocking up on like $200 worth of like pot candy, like.
Yeah, it would be so expensive, right?
Yeah, it's like, as a joke, I'm going to get some kids high. It's not going to hurt them, and I will have wasted a shitload of money, and like probably nobody will know it's me, and I'll never know what happened to them. Like, why would you do that?
As far as I know, the only cases of kids being hurt by candy were when parents killed their own children with poison. And then tried to say it was strangers. So, like, they would poison the candy and be like, "Oh, it was someone else who did it." Yeah. I don't think there was ever any real cases of it. I think it was just a weird fear that's just always been in the backs of people's minds. The mistrust of strangers.
Yeah. It's just kind of funny.
I remember hearing weird reports about like, oh, if it's partially opened, you can't eat the candy. And so like I remember. Like my mom would try to take away like a Snickers bar that was a little bit open, and then I would just like tuck it away, be like, "Oh yeah, it's gone. Don't worry about it."
Yeah. No, I'm just like it's funny how like as society has grown safer and safer, we've had to reach like to ever more illogical extremes. You could conceivably, like, as unlikely as it is, think, oh, sure, maybe some sicko would poison candy, but then, like, it just doesn't happen, so you're like, well, okay, yeah, I guess it just doesn't happen. So now it's just like, now strangers are getting your kids high on their dollar.
Yeah. Also, you would be able to trace it back to them regardless, because you can think of the circuit of children. Like, they can't go that far, you would be able to figure it out. It would be a radius. And then you find the person with the poison or whatever, or who bought drugs recently.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is just like that's such an easy to track crime, but it's like why? You know what I mean? I guess if you wanted to get caught and thrown away in jail forever for doing something horrible, but like, how many people actually do that?
For something unforgivable that like you might die in prison if you were like convicted for poisoning children for handing out Halloween candy.
Yeah. Like if anyone actually did that, yeah, your life is over.
Yeah. Killing kids? Why? I'm a criminal and I hate that. So anyway, they fast forward past the cop talking, because it's all crap anyway.
Yeah.
Just use your common sense, kids. Don't run out in traffic. Don't talk to strangers. I mean, if something is weird with your candy, don't eat it. But it's never been weird with anyone's candy.
Yeah,
I guess if it's open and it's got weird stuff on it, yeah. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Just make your best judgment call. My best advice is that if there's a bowl of candy on a doorstep, the candy should go to whoever gets there first. That was my rule. So, we would all run up there, take turns trying to pour the whole bowl into our bag, as crummy little children.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's his name? Gavin Gordon? Yeah, he's the male, he's the Dracula newscaster guy.
Yeah.
He asks a horrible little joke thing, of Deborah. He's like, what's a vampire's worst nightmare? And Deborah correctly guesses sunlight. And he's like, no, tooth decay. And that's rough. Even for a dad joke, that's rough. That hurt me a little bit. I'm just like, oh.
I like it. I like his character a lot.
Oh, no. Yeah, I don't mean to say that. Yeah, no, I love his character. I mean, he totally reminds me of Fred Willard, just an amiable old guy, just telling ridiculous, silly jokes. And they have the kind of polite, forced laugh that's just real fun. He seems like he's really enjoying himself. I love both these actors.
Oh, yeah, they're great.
But yeah, no, this is just, it hits close to home, I guess. It just reminds me of real corny newscasts. We still get those. People are still corny.
Oh,
that hasn't ended.
No.
So yeah, you'll still see this on TV. This kind of horrible dreck. So then they have the ad for Dr. Allen's Cash for Candy program. Well, I guess it's not really an ad. It's it's a feature of the news broadcast. It's they say something like, "What's a dentist's worst nightmare?" And the guy's just like, "Halloween. Halloween's a dentist's worst nightmare." And just the tone of his voice will be locked into my brain forever. Well, partially because I watch this movie every year, but also because they play it several times, and his weird tone of voice and like the corniness of it, it's earwormy. Like it just like crept into my brain. So like every now and then, like if I'll think about this movie, like it's actually one of the first lines that comes up, like just from out of the depths, I'll just like quietly hear like, Halloween's a dentist's worst nightmare. Damn you, Dr. Allen.
I'm sorry, I love how the end of the segment on like that woman's really uncomfortable look on her face when the dentist is like pinching her cheeks and opening her mouth.
That's Veronica Stanzi. She's the producer who's, also later in the bit with Frank Stewart. And she looks genuinely uncomfortable when Dr. Allen's like holding her mouth open while she's standing there.
Yeah.
I didn't ask you to do this. Oh yeah. Also, I love the sunglasses on the hanging skeleton in the back of his office. That's always good when someone does that.
Yeah.
No kid needs to eat 5 pounds of candy. Says who, Dr. Allen? Says who?
Yeah,
let me just live my life. Why don't you?
Also, that candy usually that lasts a while. I mean, at least
that's the other thing. Kids are different, and I remember eating candy in waves. I usually go chocolate first, and then I go to fruity stuff, and then after that, it's like the horrible stuff that I don't like, nougaty things or candy corn, Halloween peeps, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's divisive to crap on candy corn, but yeah, it's not even bad. It's just not. It's not for me. It's it's just kind of meh.
I will say I did specifically go up and buy candy corn for myself.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I did not.
People like it. Weirdos like Jacob like candy corn.
I mean, I like normal stuff too.
Which side do you eat first?
Yeah.
Do you eat a white tip first, or do you go orange bottom first?
Well, I guess in this case, I always prefer the candy pumpkins. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sure. But I don't know.
Way to duck the question, Jacob.
Well, no, okay, no, I guess I like. I mean, okay, white tip first, obviously. Yeah.
I feel like you got to go white tip.
Yeah, but no, like if like I'm saying I count the candy pumpkins as like part of the same like family as candy corn. You know.
I got a broader question.
Sure.
For things that have heads, like those Teddy Graham bears, do you go head first? Because I feel like I always went head first. And it's like a weird, almost a superstitious thing. Like, I don't want it looking at me while I eat it.
Yeah, I suppose then, like, if you, like, I do that to this day. I don't have a rational reason for doing it. But I feel like if you asked me as a kid, I would say in some degree to, like, put it out of its misery.
Yeah. I was like that with the Easter Bunny chocolate bunnies as well. I usually go head first. I mean, I guess you kind of have to because that's the narrower part.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
I also I hated that bug eye, bunny eye looking at you.
Oh, I always liked the
I used to pick that off.
Yeah. It's somehow different.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So he's got a cash for candy program, this Dr. Allen, the dentist. In exchange for 1 pound of candy, he will give you $1. That is a horrible exchange.
Yeah. No.
I feel like he's reselling it on the side. Like this is just some kind of side hustle where he's just selling it for way more than that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, and this is when I first wrote that note. Remember you were just talking about Veronica Stanzi and how he's holding her mouth open, and I just wrote, I know that woman. Dr. Allen is examining. She's in Call Girl of Cthulhu. This is before I realized that they all are. Like the whole crew.
Yeah, yeah.
She plays like a punk girl in it, and she's good in that.
Am I gonna have to watch Call Girl of Cthulhu?
It's up to you, Jacob.
Yeah.
I mean,
whatever.
Yes,
I guess. That sucks.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I
can't recommend it to people. I don't think I even finished it. Yeah, it's a strange one.
I mean, I like some of the weirder trauma stuff, so like maybe I'll like this.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of in that ballpark.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
All right, so next.
Now my favorite joke in the movie.
A horrible. Yeah, is it a joke? Well, I guess you could look at it that way. It's a joke on the children.
God.
As Colonel Cochran would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a horrible, horrible news story of a boy shot by a man, Colonel John Regis, who's having a vivid Vietnam flashback. And then the kid's in like a little commando uniform.
God.
Wearing like a camo shirt.
It's really bad.
And and there's no, I don't know, I can't think of a delicate way to put it, but yeah, he's a little Asian boy, and so I guess it triggers the memory. And like it makes me sad because I don't know, most of this actually up until the end is pretty borderline heartwarming. It's family friendly, it's kind of just sort of mild.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they just right in the middle of it, there's just this real intense story about a kid getting shot to death.
Yeah.
And then they talk to the grieving mother. And then they fast forward through most of it, and then at the very end, they're just like, he now sits on death row awaiting execution. Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Now 2 people have died. I mean, I don't think he's responsible enough despite all of that, oh, God. I feel like they're just trying to throw it in real quick, and they're just like, anyway, well, whatever, that happened. I guess it's sort of commentary on something. I'm not quite sure what, or maybe it's just a joke in poor taste, I suppose.
I mean, it is that's a thing the news does, is they will casually go back and forth between a kind of a cute story and then something really messed up.
Yeah. Actually, that's actually almost exactly how this movie ends. I mean, we'll get there when we get there, but yeah. Which I love, you know. Deborah is just like looking sad for a second, and then she's like, we're doing Christmas. Skipped right over Thanksgiving. Oh, yeah, and this is finally, when we get to the political ad attacking State Senator Walter Dandridge. So apparently he's putting cancer-causing barrels dumped into the drinking water every day. Every day. It shows a certain commitment, you know what I mean? Like, every day? It seems like it would have happened once and it would be embarrassing. But it's just like, no, I'm going to keep doing it.
I mean...
It's ongoing.
Yeah. He's in the pocket of big whatever company is doing that.
Well, yeah, they actually said that. I mean, so Dandridge blocked 34 programs, you know, that would have helped clean it up. And then he took $600,000 from toxic waste companies. I don't know what that means, but that is very funny to me. You know, like, I wonder if they just took any company that makes something and they're like, yeah, it's a toxic waste company. It's like, well, I mean, I'm sure you make some.
Yeah.
It's hard not to at some point, you know, in the manufacturing process.
I mean, I grew up watching Captain Planet. I assume that's a thing.
Sure. Yeah. Paid for by Mike Barlow. Okay, so yeah, I think Mike Barlow is the quote-unquote good one, and Walter Dandridge really is an evil one. It seems like he never bats away this accusation about how he's just thoughtlessly endangering everyone's lives with his pollution, you know, just like letting people do whatever. I wish people were this transparent in real life. We already talked about pumpkin carving nonsense. So yeah, this is when we finally get the ad for the Carvo lantern. And yeah, those kits never worked for me. The little bits would bend or break. It was all pathetic and ineffective, which apparently you bought. So good luck, I guess.
I
don't know. Maybe they're better now.
No,
I mean, are they?
No, I definitely had an issue with one breaking last year.
Oh, all right. I wonder if they've never changed it, you know, over, what is this now, 40, 50 years?
Oh, 100% they haven't. They look exactly the same.
Yeah. So then we get Dr. Allen. He actually does get his own commercial, his own dentistry commercial. And I don't remember anything about it, except that at the very end, he gives a really uncomfortable smile. It stays on him for just a little too long.
Yeah.
And I kind of appreciate that, where he's just like, oh, please, could you cut away? Cut away. Stop it.
I mean, that's local commercials, man.
Yeah. Then we get an ad for Frank Stewart's live tour of the Weber House. He's got a lovely voice. I love his voice.
Oh, he's great.
And this is when you first hear about the quote-unquote spirit board murders.
Yeah. You also get the two, like, hack fraud psychics.
Oh, I love the hack fraud psychics. In fact, actually, I think that lady psychic is maybe one of my favorite characters. Like, she plays it so seriously. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's great. Back to the news. Governor's race, 87. And then they just fast forward through it. Although you see just enough to know that Robert Dandridge is both wrong and as I said, possibly evil. He just says, you accuse me of corruption. What about your infidelity? Apples and oranges, fella.
Okay, also, I know this isn't like a great metric to use for a politician because, like, they all kind of look evil, but he looks real evil.
He does. He has a scowly face.
Yeah.
That poor real life man. Okay, so then they segue into a description. Oh, the newscasters now describe Frank Stewart's upcoming live newscast.
Mm.
The Weber estate has been boarded up for 20 years. The movie takes place in 87, so the murders would have had to have happened in 1967. And as I said before, it actually does line up. I was a little sad. Later on, they have a little montage. You know, like they have that fake video of a reenactment of the murders.
Yeah.
And I thought at first that they were going to make a mistake and have the kid in the photograph, who was the real kid, be the one that they have depicted, you know, because that would be a real amateur mistake.
Yeah.
You have like the same person do everything. But no, it's actually a different person playing the kid from the 60s. And then a kid from the 80s pretending to be a kid from the 60s, which is really funny to me.
Yeah.
With like the weird long hair and just kind of like staring off into space. Their house is really nice. I'm sure the director probably got permission to film out in front of a nice house for like a couple of parts for all those outdoor scenes. It looks almost like the house from Home Alone. You know, it's like, it's real nice brickwork and it's got like pillars and stuff. It's way too nice to sit there abandoned for 20 years. I was just thinking, like, even if someone had murdered their parents in a house, I feel like that would have been bought anyway.
Yeah.
Someone would have put up with it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would buy a murder home if I had the funds for that.
I don't know if I would, but I don't know. It's hard to pass up a bargain, though. And also, the housing market is so bad right now.
Oh, God, yeah.
Here in the U.S. It's unlivable, really. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you cut the price in half, yeah, maybe I'll live in a murder house. I mean, I won't like it, but at least it'll be mine.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like there would be something, like, kind of comforting to, like, the idea of having a bunch of, like, damned spirits also living with you.
My stepdad
it's like
used to live right next to a graveyard.
Oh.
He lived right next to a graveyard, like right across the street. And I remember I once asked him, I'm like, well, what's it like living right next to a graveyard? And he's just like, quiet.
I mean, yeah.
So, there's that, I suppose. Oh, yeah. And then they go to Frank Stewart live while he's standing outside of the Weber house. Deborah, like, asks him to, to explain what's going on. And he's like, oh, yeah, sure thing, witchy poo, which I just love. It's just such a weird thing to say to her.
Yeah.
That's a little inappropriate, Frank Stewart. I like it, though.
Yeah.
And here we go. Yeah. And then after that, they finally get to the part about the religious organization that opposes Halloween. It's like the part that sucks all the joy out of the room for everyone. They're a little too early in the game, but they use that term, fair and balanced. That doesn't come up until like the late 90s.
No.
But, whatever. I guess they want to signal to the audience that a not fun conversation is about to ensue.
Mm.
They go have a little bit with Harvest. I don't know what it spells out, but it is a very long abbreviation. HARVEST with like a period after each. It's a religious organization run by a nut named Angela Harris. I'm glad that they cast someone who seems legitimately kind of nuts. She has a very long speech that they let her say in front of a live audience, which is unfortunate. She's initiating a nationwide prayer chain organized by Harvest. I was hoping there would be clips of them like not having enough people. I just thought that'd be really funny. The longer she talks, the weirder it gets. At first, she's just like, oh, well, it's, you just think it's all so harmless, but then there's, you don't know where this comes from, and this is all so weird. And it's like, oh, well, it's a reasonable argument. But by the end of it, she's just like, there are goblins in the candy.
Yeah.
What are you saying here? You might have won some people over if you kept it a little more reasonable, but like she couldn't keep it reined in. She had to just belt it out.
Sure. I mean, I feel like that's like almost...
This is the devil's playground. We are at war.
I mean, I feel like that's maybe like the most realistic part about that is like people like that absolutely do not have any eye for optics.
Well, I don't know. I feel like the fact that she's running the organization speaks badly of the organization. You're supposed to have that as like your second or third person. You don't want that as your front man who's doing all the talking.
Yeah.
You need someone else who can keep a clear head. You don't want the raving lunatic zealot out there and out front and center.
Well, but that's the thing is like with those kinds of organizations, those are the people who rise through those ranks, Yeah.
Maybe just through the strength of her conviction.
Yeah.
So then Deborah gets pretty spooked by the whole thing. She's like, oh, I feel like I need to go to church after that one, which I love. It's such a vague and diplomatic way to just try to diffuse the moment after all that. I'm not going to point fingers or anything. Then we get our first ad break for Phil's Carpet Warehouse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna warn you right now, guys.
Starring,
there are 3 of these in the movie.
Yeah, starring Anthony Fantano. That's a joke. It does kind of look like him. Anyway, whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know this guy's name, the actor. I'm like, is that who that is?
No. No, there's gonna be like one guy who gets that, and they're gonna think it's funny. Whatever.
Yeah. You're welcome, that guy.
Yeah. He really does look
no,
like
actually,
him,
I like
though.
this ad. I don't know why. I think this might be one of my favorite ads, which is very strange to say because it's repetitive.
Yeah.
And they play it several times. And it's just like a guy talking like he's badly cut out and he's in front of bad clips of carpet. And he's just like, how can you let it go on any longer?
Yeah.
You got to buy a new carpet.
Well,
and I don't know. It's got the banjo. It's just, I don't know. It just feels like something everyone has seen. It's almost comforting in a way.
No, it's like,
and it's quick, which I like.
Like, it's like carpet ads and mattress ads. Those are like
yes.
the big 2 as far as like local commercials. So I think that's kind of it.
Yeah. The only thing that would have made it more authentic was if it was a furniture company instead and it was going out of business sale.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it seems like a furniture company was like going out of business like every year.
We're
going out of business again, guys.
I remember reading about like what the there was some kind of like legal loophole thing because like there was like, especially within like the greater Seattle area, and I can't remember the name of the company, but there was one that was like for years it was going out of business.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just a lie because I remember that around here.
Yeah,
that being
yeah.
a thing where like, I think he was just getting attention by just claiming bankruptcy or whatever, or
sure, yeah.
financial insolvency, just to get people to come in like vultures and try to circle him. It's like, well, it's a reverse trap. I've got you now.
Yeah, I do think they eventually like cracked down on that.
I would imagine because I haven't seen as much of that.
Yeah.
We still have Flynn's carpet scents around here, which is a local thing for us in the Washington area.
Yeah, yeah.
He's a rotund older gentleman, and in his earlier ads from years ago, he was always talking about his wife and how she ruled his life and left him in misery. My wife insists that we have to have another sale, and so we're gonna just pull out all the stops this time here at Flynn's Carpet Center.
I really liked those ads because they were just like so completely tactless.
Yes,
it's just like,
and I guess he was probably going for that, but he hit it. He hit that bullseye.
Yeah. My nagging.
That is a super local.
Ruined my business by making me do another sale.
It wasn't quite like that.
No.
It was more like. Yeah, it was more like, I don't know how to describe it.
No,
it was just like a guy just shifting responsibility for everything. It was just like, my wife is telling me I have to do this.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude, it's your company.
Yeah.
Actually, that would be really funny if he's like, my wife is pushing me out of the business. She's done a hostile takeover, and I've lost all of my assets. So this will be the last time you see Flynn.
Oh shit! Wait, was Flynn the guy who would like? I know people say this, but not many people pronounced it this way because he would say Washington, right?
Some people in Washington say Washington.
I know, but like he did that, right?
I don't remember if he did or not.
Okay, because I remember like there was one
maybe
there was one really prominent ad where like, because like I grew up in the area and I didn't realize people pronounced it that way until I saw the ad.
I don't think that's an accent. I think that's just people being weird.
Maybe
that's how accents start. I wonder if that's just it. Is that someone's a little weird and slur something and everyone's like, I guess I'll just say it that way.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, like, cause like, I don't know. I like the idea of like pronouncing Florida. Yeah.
Yeah, people actually do that.
No,
no disrespect to people from Florida.
Yeah, I mean they're wrong, but it's like a fun idea to do that.
Going out to the club in Florida.
Okay, I don't know about that.
It's a little like that.
Yeah.
I've known some salesmen who talk that way.
Yeah.
It's kind of real, so I'm allowed to say it. Anyway, okay. Back from Phil's Carpet Warehouse.
Yeah.
We get an ad then for Hazelwood Oil. This is also a good ad because it's just shots of beaches and birds and stuff. You can tell it's one of those. How do you describe that? It's like an apologetic ad you get from an oil company that's ruined something recently. So they're just like, we're doing our part. Are you doing yours?
We're sorry.
Like, yeah, great.
Without, like, those commercials are always great because they never, like, explain the full depth to which they, like, fucked up the environment. But it's just sort of like a generic, we made a mistake. It's not like, oh, yeah, we have, like, irreparably damaged this area for at least a decade.
Yeah. As California reels from yet another catastrophic oil catastrophe.
Yeah, no, that's real fun.
This makes this ad even more pertinent.
Yeah. It's really nice.
And they do use the term unavoidable accidental oil spills, which I just thought was the funniest thing.
Yeah, God.
There was no way we could have stopped this.
Yeah.
It's both an accident and unavoidable. It's both of those things.
Okay, Peter, I just realized the next commercial, I have a very awful anecdote for this.
Oh, the ad for Tokens Video Arcade and Pizzeria?
Oh, no, the next one's the Derby, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. You're right. Okay.
Oh, no, that's 2 ads from now, Jacob. Jeez.
No, okay, I'm sorry. My notes are not... Anyway.
God.
Okay, fine.
It doesn't matter. I mean, these aren't terribly important. In fact,
No.
I think they repeat themselves. So yeah, there's an ad for an arcade gallery.
Yeah.
Sounds rad as hell to me.
It's
in the East Wing of Chestertown Mall.
I wish that, like, you could... I mean, like, you obviously could do arcades, but, like, nobody, like, wants to invest the capital in doing that anymore.
I don't know. Because you have to buy each machine, which is over $10,000. I don't know what it is, but it's a lot. Sure. And then you have to maintain them, and everyone treats them like crap. And I guess you don't derive enough money from the coins anymore, because inflation keeps going up. So I wonder if it's not worth it anymore.
So I had an idea about this, and, like, also, like, if anyone's listening and thinks this is a good idea, feel free to steal this idea, because I would like to see this. So, like... There are still arcades in Japan, for example. They've got, like, a pretty lively scene for that stuff. And I think one of the ways that they make money is by making it a premium experience.
Oh, I see.
So, like, for example, they'll have, like, the Gundam game where you, like, step into, like, a recreation of the, like, Gundam cockpit pod. It's not just, like, you go into, like, a shitty coin-operated,
Well, we did used to have a company called, what was it called? The Other Side or whatever?
Yeah,
They had a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that company also caved in, so I don't know. Maybe it doesn't play well here.
I guess. I feel like... I mean, like, obviously, I don't think that would work for Gundam in America, but, like, I feel like there's maybe a business model for, like, doing sort of, like, a premium experience like that, where it's like, hey, this isn't just, like, playing it on your computer, and this is better, you know what I mean? You get some, like, service, like, there's, like, a nice environment, you know what I mean? I don't think the dingy coin-operated thing works anymore, but I don't know. I feel like there's something.
We do have some arcade stuff. It's usually hiding in theme bars nowadays.
Yeah,
usually you'll have more than one thing happening.
Yeah.
So it'll be like an ice cream bar and an arcade, or just a regular bar.
Sure.
And an arcade.
Yeah.
Just so you can go do something else in the meantime. I feel like I'd probably do that if I was a business owner, because I'm a coward, so I would just hedge my bets.
Yeah.
And just do 2 things kind of okay.
Sure, yeah. There was
at least if one doesn't work, you got the other.
There was the time we went to that good ice cream place that also just, like, coincidentally had 8 pinball machines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've already forgotten what it was called. But
no,
yeah,
I know. But I mean, like, that was a good model, I think. It's like, have the good ice cream as the selling point, and then you can kind of go in and go like, Oh, hey, they have Black Knight. All right, I'll play that.
Yeah. Oh, I love Black Knight. That is maybe one of the best pinball machines ever.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have many pinball related.
My personal fave, anyway.
Yeah.
I also like that one for Bram Stoker's Dracula, just because you can get Dracula, Gary Oldman, to be like yelling "wind" way too loud. I don't know why they let it get so loud.
Yeah.
It's just like "wind, wind."
I guess it's just like horror.
You just deafen everyone around you.
Horror themed like pinball machines are pretty good. Like the Elvira one was pretty fun too.
Oh yeah. The Addams Family one. That one's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's famous.
Yeah. I played a lot.
Okay.
Like if you asked me, I would say I have not played a lot of pinball, but I guess I have. All right.
Yeah, really. I'm not good at pinball, but apparently I have opinions on it. So yeah. So then we get a few of these. I love these old kind of quaint TV ads for like upcoming movies.
Yeah.
So the first one we got is for Sunday at 7 p.m. on the WNUF Family Showcase. Doggone it. A dreadful looking made-for-TV movie about a woman almost murdering and then kidnapping a dog.
Yeah.
And the dog finds a new leash on life.
This is just Turner.
She puts her life on pause. Oh, God. What I really like about it is like it does remind me of a wretched time that I'm glad we're past. But it does remind me of those times where like it would be a bad movie and like the narrator has to like sell you on it.
Oh, yeah.
They'll try to charm you into watching it. Be like, maybe if I say things in a cute enough way, you'll watch this boring movie about a dog.
Also, this is like, there's at least a dozen movies have like, that's the premise.
Yeah. My personal favorite is Turner and Hooch.
Yeah.
With Tom Hanks. It took me way too long to remember Tom Hanks' name.
That one also got a remake recently.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Hold on, yeah.
Oh, God. Why would they do that?
Oh, TV series. 2021.
Oh.
Yeah.
Those were the good old days before Tom Hanks' head turns into a potato.
Yeah.
It happens at some point.
He's a cute looking dog, though. I don't know what breed that is, but and it's just like
you mean in the new show or?
Well, no, yeah, the new one, or I don't know, maybe it's the same one. Just like a brown slobbery dog,
a big ugly like mastiff dog
that
was like a giant orange dog.
Yeah, no, I like him.
All right, yeah. Now we get to the ad you were talking about.
Oh, sure.
The ad for the Demons of Demolition Derby at the River Hill Fairground, one night only.
So I'm sorry, I have like a really.
Why would they only do one night?
Well, in my case, I know specifically why they did one night only. All right. Okay, this is an incredibly dark anecdote. I'm sorry. I never went to one of these shows. I never really had the opportunity, but I did get offered one time, and just due to circumstance, I didn't show up. And this like specific time I did not show up, there was a horrible accident where someone in the audience got killed by like a flying fender or something, and both of my youngest cousins were there to see it.
Oh wow!
I think about that a lot because it's like that would have like messed with me because I was pretty young. I mean, they were pretty young, but like I was also young enough where that was like something where I was like in hindsight, I'm like, man, I'm really glad that I just know that happened and I didn't have to see that happen.
Yeah.
And it was like
it's weird about stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, and
it could have been the time when you show up and then you just get crushed by the tire instead of someone else.
Well, yeah. I mean, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like there was never like an opportunity or never like a desire to go like before then, but there was just like that one time I could have gone, and then something like that happened.
Oh shucks, I missed it.
Well, I mean, you never know. Maybe it was awesome.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, so I mean, I'm sure. Wait, do other countries even have this crap? I'm sure they must. People drive cars into each other for sport, right? I mean, is this just an American thing? I'm not sure.
Okay, I will say, other countries do have things like this, but it is almost exclusively an American thing.
Yeah. Well, you're missing out, folks. Because I never watched this crap. I never went to see it, but I always loved the ads just because of how big and boisterous they were.
Sunday.
I bet when you're there, you're just watching cars like, yeah.
Let's just call it
at the fairground.
Yeah.
You get a whole seat, but you'll only need the edge.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet though when you're actually there, it's just like cars like really slowly circling around each other in the fairground.
I've watched.
Why am I here?
I've watched videotape of it, and it's like there's like, was it Truckosaurus or whatever, the robot that comes out and breathes fire, and like that's neat.
And like eats a car.
Yeah, but I mean, like aside from that, I mean, it's not that great looking. If you want to have fun with monster trucks, play the video game Monster Truck Madness.
All right.
I don't know. I don't think I actually, that probably doesn't even run on modern Windows anymore.
Oh, is that a really old game?
Yeah.
I realize you're making a dated recommendation.
Yeah, God, actually.
Yeah, play Twisted Metal, everybody.
Yeah, hold on. When did that come out? 96. Yeah, probably not.
Dear God. Yeah. Speaking of, we're old, by the way. Yeah. You just made a 30-year-old game joke. So,
yeah.
Oh, jeez. I feel really bad because after that ad, you get poor weatherman Carl, and his entire segment gets fast forwarded through. You only see like the very end of it, where he's just like waving his hands over the maps. You don't know what he's saying until like the very end, and he's just like, "Oh, there's a big storm coming. Back to you guys."
Okay.
And it's a shame because he's in a cowboy outfit and his hat is too small, which I find funny.
Yeah.
In a childish way. Also, I just like trying to analyze where I think the movie is supposed to be happening, but they're actually not clear. He puts his hand over like the entire American Northeast. So it could be like any of those states. He's just like, oh, anywhere around here, I guess.
Peter, I have a...
Because there's like a big storm front apparently coming in.
I have a small correction to make. Apparently it is possible to run Monster Truck Madness on Windows 10.
Oh. Thank you, Jacob.
Whatever.
You've done the world a service.
Yeah.
By telling us.
Look.
So
someone has to care.
I'm sure someone does. Gavin Gordon and Deborah Merritt, I believe her last name is.
Mm-hmm.
They say a few last little jokes before they finally end their broadcast. They're wrapping it up.
Yeah.
And they're going to pass it off to Frank Stewart in his own broadcast. And this is when, Gavin asks her if she has any plans, and she's just like, no, I'm going to go sit with my cats.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm meant to be sad by that, made sad by her words, but they do. They make me sad. Oh, come on, Deborah.
It's a little depressing.
Well, yes and no. I mean, she lives because her life is boring. Unlike some other people we deal with.
Jesus.
Thus ends their broadcast. This is like the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
If you have no interest in the cutesy ramblings of two co-anchors and the ads, you can actually skip that entire part of the movie. In fact, I can give you the exact number if you want to just drop in on the part when it gets to Frank Stewart going to a haunted house. It is 20 minutes, 17 seconds exactly. Do that if you have no patience for this gobbledygook.
Yeah.
But then again, if you don't, what are you doing here? Why would you get this far?
Yeah.
So yeah, we get an ad for the law offices of Feinstein and Goldenblatt. It's got some dry electronic doing stuff music that I really like. Some of that good old fashioned 80s synth. Back when it wasn't cool, it was to denote that new and impressive technology was being utilized for a business. We type things into a keyboard. That's the real 80s, folks. You guys trying to think that it was this golden time? It was a harsh time for all of us.
Yeah.
And granted, I was born in '83. I'm only just I wasn't really a kid of the '80s. I mean, I was physically there, somewhat.
I mean, there were some like lingering after effects of that in the '90s.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. I mean, every decade that comes afterwards, it doesn't always know what it's going to be right away. So you get a lot of holdovers. You get all the old movies and TV shows.
Yeah.
There were so many shows that just had lasers and robots, even when neither of those things were appropriate.
Listen, I really appreciated that.
Yeah, especially for like the intro sequences. You would just see like green and blue lasers just be like spell a name or something.
Yeah. God. Like, I mean, I guess it was like deeper.
I'm trying to think of one, like Kids Incorporated.
Yeah, I mean, like also you get like, I mean, I guess like I feel like you get like more lasers the deeper you get into the '90s, because like you get a lot of like, well, you get a lot of like the post Power Rangers stuff. You know what I mean? And
well, those are functional lasers. Yeah, I meant more like aesthetic.
Oh,
lasers,
sure.
When they didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Maybe I should say beams, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
it's not actually from.
No.
It's not emerging from a device in order to harm someone. It's like it's an artistic choice.
Sure. Yeah.
It's because it was the first time they were able to make such shapes on a screen.
Yeah.
And they're just like, well, that's cool. We should do this for everything. And they did. They did, Jacob.
Damn right they did.
So yeah, then we get another ad for the late night movie, 11:30 p.m. Sarcophagus.
I feel like I would.
Mummy terrorizes New York.
I feel like I would have been really.
That's like the whole plot. Yeah. I love it because it's one of the laziest ads. There's literally just a shot of New York, like the skyline.
Yeah.
And then there's just a shot of a mummy walking forward. And that's the movie. It's just like, that's it.
But that's how
these two things, folks.
But that's how a lot of those movie ads were, and I feel like that would have sold me.
Yeah.
Like as a kid, I would have been like, "Well, okay, I like mummies, and I like."
Yeah. No, I mean, that's how I started my horror movie loving career, was just digging through the scraps that were given to me by these terrible local channels.
Yeah.
With real vague promises. Oh, and then we get an ad for Wind Up Wildlife video cassettes that just have videos of animals.
Yeah.
It's like $19.95 a month for a monthly cassette, VHS cassette. That would be steep even today. That feels unbelievably wasteful for like a really crappy footage of like, a gorilla or whatever.
I see.
Like $20 a month.
See, I feel like that is steep, but I also like offhand I can't remember how much zoo books used to cost.
Yeah, because that's essentially what they're making fun of here. Is like, those zoo books where you get a book every month. Books make more sense, and they're probably cheaper. I don't remember what the ads are. You know what? I'm gonna look it up right now.
Okay.
Although, granted, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna like have the prices or whatever. But I wonder if they're still in business. Wouldn't that be weird?
That'd be fun. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I think the idea is neat.
They were founded in 1980. Stuff is showing up, so I think it's.
Oh.
Okay, well, when I clicked on Zoo Books, it brought me to the National Wildlife Federation of Ranger Rick. I don't know what this crap is. It's got Zoo Books.
Barnes and Noble looks like it's offering a year subscription for $25. Okay, actually, that's okay. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. All right, I guess. Yeah, all right.
Good look for old ones. What did Zoo Books cost? It was $6.99 an issue.
I guess that's...
Is that in the past or is that right now?
I mean, I guess even
whatever
back then it wouldn't have been that big of a I don't know.
It feels scammy to me. But
yeah, I mean,
but
it's
$20 for a crappy cassette.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like whatever. Anyway,
although it's funny because that is just totally like those like Publishers Clearinghouse type, or I forget, they had a few of those things, those companies where like you get onto a mailing list and they mail you like a CD every month, and they just kind of take advantage of the fact that people are too lazy to stop.
Oh,
Just farming sorrow.
We were actually pretty into them. I was actually like, okay, this is bad. I used to be really into them, but like I got scared at the issue with spiders in them, and I didn't want to read them anymore after that.
I think I used to see zoo books at school, so yeah, maybe they weren't a scam. You know what? Maybe I'm being too hard on them. The cassettes in this ad.
Actually,
WNUF,
like
crap.
In hindsight, thinking about that, I should have just asked my because like they would like you add them to like a zoo books binder. You know what I mean? When you got them, because they were just like a little like addition to that. I should have just asked my mom to like get rid of the spiders because I like I really did like sincerely.
Please take the spiders out of here.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like. Maybe it was like the completionist in me. In any case, I stopped reading them after the spiders.
I must have the spiders there, but I cannot deal with the spiders. So
yeah, I feel like that must have been the logic at the time. That's the only thing I can think of.
Next, we get an ad for Oak and Bear, Outlaws on the Range, which is mostly fast forwarded through.
Yeah.
It doesn't look terribly exciting, but it does remind me of Kenny Rogers stuff in general, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of a bigger gentleman, a bearded man out on the range, pointing guns at things. Some kind of private justice scenario, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Frontiersmen, solving their own problems. The American way.
Yeah. Who doesn't love private justice?
He won't come to court.
With a gun.
Yeah. He won't answer for himself. The American way.
Yeah, the American way. Where it's not, he said, she said, it's just he said.
Yeah. You guys like the Searchers?
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. And then we get an ad for 1-900-MONSTER. One of those atrocious tolled telephone scams.
Yeah.
Where you pay like a high fee to start and then a lower fee to persist on a very boring telephone line. They have canned jokes, pre-recorded messages. It says specifically in the commercials, if you're a kid, you need to ask your parents' permission. That is the result of a legal thing that happened, but actually the original ads, I remember this, the original ads didn't say that.
No.
And so they were farming children.
Yeah.
And then they got in trouble. So then they had to say specifically like, no, ask your mom's permission before you do this stupid thing.
Yeah.
It was later found that doesn't work either. And so they eventually banned all of these companies. They're like, this crap does not fly anymore.
No, but like that
and thank God.
Well, yeah, like first of all, thank God. Second of all, gosh, this was really like a prime time for scamming people.
Yeah, it was some good scamming.
Yeah. I mean, like you kind of think about it and it's like, obviously, from an ethical standpoint, you shouldn't do that, but there's part of you that's just like, if you had just been like a little bit older and a little bit more savvy, like, damn.
Yeah. Could have made some dosh, and then...
seriously. And then got,
it into,
sued out of oblivion.
Turn it into an annuity or something? I don't know. Yeah.
Sure.
Or just deal with lawsuits for a couple of years in anguish.
Yeah. How's Miss Cleo doing? Probably not great.
Probably not great. Yeah, I have to imagine. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, she used to run a psychic telephone line business, similar in nature, a tolled thing.
Yeah.
And she would give false readings to people. And and then they eventually took her down, as they took them all down.
Yeah.
That lady was a famous one.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of them, I think she was one of the best.
Well, she had charisma, Like, I mean, like, obviously she shouldn't have been doing what she was doing, but I almost can't fault her for it because she was so good at it,
Yeah, I mean, at least that gave people some false hope and stuff. Like, I actually like that better than, these ones that targeted children.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just kind of farming, like, the hopes and dreams of adults who are voluntarily giving away their money.
Yeah, I
to
guess
hear some fortune cookie nonsense from you. That's not so bad to me.
I mean, like, it's still bad.
Like, who are they hurting, really?
Well, I mean, they're like
maybe a little bit.
Obviously hurting the people who are skimping, but I mean, yeah, it's like better than preying on children because, like, what child is calling Miss Cleo?
We'll only find out later that Tons of children called Miss Cleo.
That's a really funny idea. Just like being like a kid who's like really into tarot readings or whatever.
Yeah. My sister was. I mean, granted, she was a teenager by then, but yeah.
Well, okay, first of all, everyone's interested in tarot readings as a teenager.
I wasn't. I was the recipient a couple of times. That was my eldest sister, Heidi. She went through a very definite incense and tarot phase.
Listen,
she'd listen to Enya back when that was current.
Hell yes.
Burn incense and play with tarot cards, you know? Like, that's the way to be.
I also, okay.
As a lass of the 90s.
I will say, this is like very specific to my high school thing, but I really appreciated that there was like a strong sense of solidarity between like, the like Enya and incense crowd and the like, we're learning programming crowd. And so
was there?
Yes. No, yeah. So it was like all the computer dorks and all of the like, I'm really into like spirituality. People hung out together at my school. I always thought that was very funny.
Man, they must have made some interesting babies.
Yeah. I mean, I never checked up on it, but there were a couple of people that it's just like, yeah, that probably went somewhere weird.
Cool. Good for them.
No.
I'm happy they're happy.
No, yeah, I'm not. It's more like generally haha funny to like think back on, but I mean, I don't know, like, you know.
Sure.
No actual judgment. Like, whatever. Do what you're doing.
More power to them. So finally we come to Frank Stewart's presentation, the real destination of this film. It's the Weber House in River Hill Township. I actually looked it up. Balladopedia says that township government is used in 11 U.S. states: Indiana, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Minnesota, New Jersey, North Dakota, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, and Wisconsin. So one of those is where this movie happens. I mean, it doesn't matter, but I was trying to narrow it down. I wanted to get it down to one state. I just wanted to guess New Jersey. It feels dirty to me in that way, but the accents are wrong. So I guess it's probably not New Jersey. So I don't know, maybe Ohio or Indiana or something.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a strong reason to believe this, but I did assume that it was taking place in Ohio.
Yeah. You know, it's weird. I've never been there, but it seems like a middle place where generic white people will live, you know?
Yeah, I will say that seems like that's the case.
From my West Coast perspective, I've never been over there.
No, yeah, but like the thing is, I also like, it's like, it seems like a very middle of the road kind of place, but I also like know people who live there who have like experienced some of the like craziest shit that I've heard in my life. So I don't know.
Yeah, I heard a joke the other day that, you know, the least believable thing about the Black Widow movie was that, you know, as a child, you know, Natasha Romanoff wanted to go back to Ohio. Like, nobody wants to go back there.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that is actually like a common sentiment. I don't know that many people from Ohio, but I don't, like, none of them.
We don't know, yeah.
Yeah, none of them want to go back. So anecdotally, I don't know.
Okay. So this movie occurs in one of those 11 states, you know?
Sure.
Take your pick.
Yeah.
Choose your favorite. So I have the intro for Frank Stewart's section, so I'm going to play it right now, Jacob.
All right.
Here we go.
20 years ago, the Weber House in River Hill Township was the site of ghastly depravity, a case the local police dubbed the Spirit Board Murders. Now, WNUF TV 28 takes you on a horrifying journey through this supposedly haunted estate. Come with me, Frank Stewart, and a team of paranormal experts as we seek to uncover the mystery. There's even a call-in seance you can be a part of. Tonight, we will figure out if the Weber House is really haunted, if ghosts do exist, and if we, the living, must fear them.
I feel like this guy should do, like, I don't know, horror narration.
Yeah, no, I was saying before, yeah, Paul Fahrenkoff, he's got a really nice voice. I love listening to him. I feel like he helps legitimize the whole movie. I mean, I don't want to poo-poo everyone else, but what I mean is like, as soon as you hear him speak, you're like, oh, I see what we're doing here. Okay.
I totally get what you mean, because he does center the movie a lot. That's a hell of an accomplishment, because like not a lot of movies can say that one guy does that.
He goes to introduce his producer, and she comes out of the van with a chainsaw, which is funny and also kind of mean. Just oh, what a joker!
It also like immediately made me like this character.
The producer is a jerk.
Yeah, that was like, all right, yeah, that's kind of messed up.
Gotcha, Frank.
Yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. Sorry, I did want to ask, since it's like a pretty consistent group, who is your favorite background freak weirdo in this Halloween scene of just all the people?
Oh, I love all of them. Yeah, no, that's a hard one. I feel like most people are going to go for the guy that's sometimes called Acid Dracula. He's the one who gets real upset when he finds out someone actually died in that house.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that guy. But I don't know. I actually like. I get torn between there's two different girls in the audience, and I like them both. There's one with a big orange bow in her hair, I think she's like a pumpkin, like in a weird pumpkin costume.
Yeah.
She doesn't say anything. She just like stands in the background and makes like adorable faces. I like her. And then there's also the other one who Frank talks to later. And I actually have a little bit of their conversation because he's very mean to her. And I think it's funny. Where she's, again, it's another very sweet girl, but like a little vacuous. And, and Frank's not having it. So yeah. Maybe, you know what? I think I'd have to go with the guy in the back in the ape costume. I think he's my favorite.
He's up there. I do also like the lady with the devil horns, because I think that maybe the one that they humiliates later on. She does say something.
That might be the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
She's the one that
just like
talks about ghosts.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Yeah. They all have their charms. So yeah, there's just a group of people just standing out in front of this really lovely house that doesn't look abandoned, which is funny. I mean, they probably couldn't afford to like make a house look abandoned. So they just had to like, get permission from the current owners, the director, to film in front of the house. No. Don't be putting dirt on my house. You can film there for a couple of hours, but that's it. I almost expect to see that lawn jockey out in front, like in Home Alone, that everyone keeps knocking over when they go to deliver something. I don't know if you remember that from Home Alone.
Yeah, I do.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. And right before Frank goes to commercial, he's accosted by some anti-Halloween protesters. So he just cuts things. Pretty sure those are the Harvest folks. Like they keep trying to warn you, like in little subtle ways. This isn't going to go well for you, Frank.
Yeah.
You got people who don't want you to be here. So then they have an ad for Phil's Carpet Warehouse again. I'm not mad to see it again.
No. I mean, it'd be weirder if there weren't repeats.
Yeah, well, there's not very many. There's not as many as there really would be.
No.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
But the fact that there's any is a little surprising. It's just the fact that this was made for, like, no money.
Yeah.
By somebody who had no expectations about selling the movie or anything, doing things on his own terms. That's part of what I appreciate about it is that weird indie mentality. It's quite nice.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure people will be irritated. We're just like, really gonna watch the same crap again? But you know what? This is how it be,
Yeah.
And then we get an ad for Chase Street Family Center. Big guys, small fries. The only qualifications are a loving heart, a desire to help, and a clean criminal record.
Sure.
You can't have touched any children. Not a one. If we hear that you've touched any children, you are out the door, fella. And then we get an ad for Nelson Computerized Tax Prep on 5 discs. Oh, God, 5 discs. I remember those days. It had like load a game and it would like take like hours.
Yeah, I played Baldur's Gate. I remember that.
God. I never played the earliest one, so I don't know the horrors of all that.
God, Baldur's Gate, 5 CDs. Yeah.
Oh God. I guess that's the magic number.
Yeah. Although it was also great too because it was tied to location and it was an open-ended game, so you had to have all of them, and it wasn't like
oh God,
yeah, because
you walk off the wrong part of the map.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Yeah. It was like, all right, well you entered like Winterfell, and now you have to insert disc 3. It's like, God damn it.
Again, man, yeah. Never go back. You only want to go forward with technology.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. There are like some like legitimate concerns with like having games entirely hosted on streaming services, but good God.
Oh, here's that ad you were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
The ad for Galaxy Pirate and the Laser Brigade. I wish I had written down the lines because I was baffled into silence by it.
I know that's perfect though. It's like that's how those ads are. I mean, like even the like
it's just like shots of guys sitting in a seat, like in a pilot seat, and then there's just all this mumbo jumbo being told to you like at a rapid fire pace.
Yeah. Shoot, I can't remember what channel it was, but like occasionally I would get like a BBC ad for Star Trek or something, and I don't think I was watching BBC, but it would be like it would like describe without bothering to like try and lure anyone else in what's going on with like the Dominion War or something, and it's like this is
oh God
completely incomprehensible. Where are the brain? What is this? and that's just how those ads were.
Yeah, this is true.
And like I say that as someone who like I do like Star Trek, but good Lord.
Yeah, so they're back at Frank Stewart's thing. I like that they have this weird moment where he just proves that it's live by like almost challenging the the people around him to do something weird, and then they do.
Yeah.
Just like anything goes on live television, and then there's just like a weird laugh.
Yeah.
I actually have that recorded, so here we go.
Anything goes on live television.
I just love that guy in the background. Frank interviews a few of the people in the audience.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to say audience, whatever. This thing in the crowd behind him.
Whatever.
There's a man in a bunny outfit. He confirms that the Weber's son killed his parents. And then he talks to a witch lady who's like real excited to describe the blood and brains of the crime scene. He's like, oh yeah, it was sprayed all over the place.
And then Dracula.
Yeah, then we get Acid Dracula. That's the director likes to call him that because the actor that played him, he did the method thing where he pretended that he was a man, who went to this thing, but then took acid right before the interview. So like it was just dropping as, they began to talk to him.
Okay, I will say I sympathize with this character because I remember the time that I went to that Seattle zombie walk and Dave painted me in that exact same blue makeup.
Yes. Yeah, I distinctly remember that zombie walk. And yeah, it is not a good look on anybody.
No, it's really,
for a zombie or for a vampire.
No, yeah, there's very good reason there are no photos of that surviving.
Oh no, I still have that picture.
Wait, do you?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Wait,
hidden in my phone.
Okay.
Maybe I'll use it as the image for the YouTube video. We'll see.
Yeah, please don't, because I can't remember which picture it was.
Yeah, you're holding up a mug or something. I don't remember why, but
oh yeah, it was probably.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was probably a Mike's Hard.
Could be.
Yeah. Anyway.
So he goes to ask the vampire guy. He's like, well, what do you think about all this? And he's just in just terrified silence. He's just so horrified, and he's just like, people died here. Frank's just like, yeah, that's why we're here. I love that guy because that's actually kind of how I felt. I didn't know about the whole backstory about how he's supposed to be on drugs or whatever. I was just thinking like he might have just come along, just to do something.
Oh yeah,
and he didn't know what it was about.
Yeah, that was my assumption. Is that
like, oh my god.
Yeah, my assumption that was his like friends dragged him along.
Yeah.
That's good.
Reluctantly.
Yeah. Like he was just like, all right, hey, we're gonna go out to do this thing. It's like, all right, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so then they finally have a little video where they explain what happened at the Weber house. So there was a boy named Donald Weber. He was obsessed with the Ouija board. He eventually blamed it for the wanton beheading of his two parents as they slept in their beds. So, you know, it's that old thing. This is in a lot of horror movies from the 80s. There's like rock and roll horror movies where they make it seem like the music has made you want to kill your parents or helped you descend into Satanism or whatever. It was always ridiculous. And it was something that people would sometimes claim in real life because they could.
Yeah.
People believed them, so they just said it.
Oh,
like they were able to get help because they blamed the devil or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, like, if you legitimately had issues, like, blame Satan and you're going to get a better treatment than if you said it was, like, some mental illness or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of, like...
No one wants to hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's messed up to think about, but it's true.
Then we get the anonymous cop, but, like, he's too backlit, so you can see, like, a lot of him. It's not a good anonymous cop.
Yeah, I thought that was intentional.
Yeah, it might have been. So he says he saw a headless woman in the house when he goes in there for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently the entire police force knows about it, but doesn't talk about it. Like, he goes out there and they're like, what you saw, we've all seen, and we don't talk about it. I don't know. This is a personal theory of mine. I think that this cop isn't a real cop. I actually think he's a paid actor by Frank Stewart to look like a cop and just make up the story. Because I couldn't even figure out why the cops were in there in the first place. You know, like, why would they just wander into an abandoned house to see a headless woman? There was nobody in there.
Yeah, no, that's obviously a fake cop.
I guess I can't confirm that. It feels that way. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't pass the smell test for me.
And then Frank goes around and kind of roasts people in the crowd for a while.
Yeah.
I thought there were some solid bits. So here's that part where he's talking to that devil horn woman you're talking about, I think.
No, I feel bad for her.
So I recorded a little bit of that, so I'll play that now.
The question was, that I've been asking everyone here for a while, is do you believe in, try to focus here, do you believe in ghosts?
Yeah, well, no. Yes,
Yes, well, no.
Like friendly kinds, like happy ghosts. You know, like when your grandmother passes away, but, you know, like my mom told me, you know, she would always be there and, you know, and she'll look after me. Like, that's like she's happy.
Yeah. And you believed her when she said that.
That's so fucking mean.
I mean, it's so needlessly cruel.
I know, but she's excitedly like waving to the camera. It's like please. Please don't crush her pure spirit. I don't know. It's like,
believe in Santa Claus too.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay.
Grandma's dead. She's not coming back.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. I actually have like. I don't know. Maybe we should like save this for the Christmas episode. But like, my grandma said that to me like at a very early age.
Oh god. All right.
I mean, like, I don't know. Whatever to like mess with me, but it was like. In hindsight, it was very funny to be like, I don't know, 4 or something. And my grandma would just be like, you don't still believe in Santa, do you? And it's like, well, okay, I guess not anymore.
There was a Santa, but then I shot him.
Yeah, I don't know.
I told him not to come back because you were bad.
That would have done it.
Yeah. You gotta twist the knife. As an adult talking to a child about Santa Claus.
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't even think she was being mean about it. I just don't think that she had like the awareness to like think about how mean that might be to say to a child.
Yeah. So next, Frank goes to just ask the ape guy, like the guy in the ape suit, about like, well, what do you think about all this?
Yeah.
And he just hoots and like beats his chest, and I was just like, oh man, I love how method this guy is.
Yeah.
He's committed.
Yeah. Right on.
That's why he might be one of my favorites. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was also that girl in the hat. Or no, she wasn't in the hat. It was the guy behind her wore the hat. And there was that stupid joke where she was just like, oh yeah, I've seen a ghost. He was wearing a top hat. And then like right behind her, there's a guy in a top hat, like in a ghost outfit, looming around.
That was good.
Oh, and I tried to catch him in a lie. Because like there's that part where the first guy Frank talks to, he's just like, well, I don't know about ghosts, but if I see him, I know who to call. And Frank's like, well, who do you call? And he's just like, Ghostbusters. I mean, that was
that's pretty good.
The movie actually came out before 1987, so you know what? You win, movie. You didn't contradict yourself. I wanted you to, but yeah, you didn't.
Yeah.
And then we get a bunch more ads because that's most of this movie.
Yeah.
We get Gordon's Petting Zoo. We get Epsilon Airlines, which leaves no impression with me at all.
No, yeah, I don't care.
And then we get Chicago Lightning, Thursdays at 9 on WNUF. TV Guide calls it hot, fresh, and bad to the bone. I mean, if TV Guide says it's good, that's all I need.
Yeah, that's true. And there were not multiple TV guides, so you had to believe what they said.
Yeah. The word of TV Guide cannot be contradicted.
No, that is actually a great example of, like, you kind of had, I mean, that was kind of it, as far as, like, TV review.
For a dumb little handbook that told you what TV shows to watch?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you didn't have a lot of alternatives.
I almost kind of want that now. Well, maybe not.
No, no.
It sucks that like, how hard it is to look things up, like where anything is. It'd be nice if it was somehow consolidated.
Yeah, I guess, but it's just like, that's like a great example of how the consensus opinion has like dissolved. And
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like, in general, more deserving stuff has been able to float to the top.
Sure.
I don't know. Whatever.
So back to the special.
Yeah.
Frank introduces Dr. Lewis and Claire Berger.
Yes.
I love these people.
Oh, they're so
Lewis
good.
brought a cat in his arms.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, you get a cat. I'm just like, yes, awesome.
I mean, it's basically the pair from the Conjuring movies.
Yeah, no, this is a much more plausible version of these people. And actually, I think more respectfully done. I mean, the Conjuring ones are like, they're like weird Christian superheroes. I've said this in other podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
But these guys are more like, they're more like benevolent charlatans, like, which I like. Yeah. I actually think the lady's real, but the husband is clearly not. He's just kind of a tag along, but he's very self-serious, which is funny.
Oh, I mean, God, I guess how I view it is like, yeah, I feel like the woman believes her bullshit, but it is bullshit.
Yeah, well, okay, that's true.
Yeah.
Probably. However, everything she says in the movie is kind of true. Almost everything.
Yeah. But like, but what I was saying is, I don't think it's like a powers thing.
Yeah, maybe not. So Frank plays another pre-recorded intro to describe the careers of the Bergers, the founders of the Massachusetts Center for Psychic Phenomena, which I bet is just like a house, like there's not much to it. I love everything in this montage, by the way. Claire is seen using a crystal ball, which is very funny to me.
Professor Xavier.
Claire's finger is seen pointing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, school for gifted psychics. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she points at a shrunken head as if it's like the cause of a problem, which I just thought was really funny.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, wait.
Shrunken head.
As like a good anecdote from the scene, the man putting the headphones on the cat.
Yes. Oh, I was going to get to that. That is the funniest thing.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm like rewatching that scene muted.
Oh yeah, it's so stupid. What I wrote was, then Dr. Lewis invalidates any credibility he might have had by putting earphones on a cat.
I know, it's like who's like, first of all, that is very cute and I love it, but also like, who is that supposed to convince?
What are you doing with this?
Yeah.
I want his consultation on this matter. It's very strange. And then there's actually more than one shot with the headphones on the cat, which makes it seem like it's a sustained practice.
Yeah.
Like not just a one-time thing. Like, do you guys do this a lot? What is he listening for? Does he tell you things?
It's
Maybe they like have the cat listen and then they see how he reacts and they're just like from his body language they infer whether or not something bad happened.
yeah. I mean,
It's like, oh, there must be some EVP here. The cat seems very upset.
cats are especially sensitive to ghouls.
Yeah. Bagools, they emit a psychic emotional projection. That the shadow can pick up on.
Yeah. Okay. I know we've said this before, but the ghoul is so funny. Also, okay, you know what? That's the difference between like malignant and was it sinister or is it whatever has the ghoul is like just
is sinister or the other one, whichever the other one was called.
It's like they're basically the same creature, but they just don't give it a. They're just not stupid about it in Malignant. You know what I mean? They're like over the top, and there's a difference. And Sinister doesn't understand the difference.
Yeah, I get that one mixed up with the one with the red-faced guy who looks like Darth Maul, and yeah,
Insidious.
One or the other. But
oh my god, yeah, that one sucks.
Insidious
sucks too because they use that like tiptoe through the window.
Yeah.
So it's just like that's not scary. That's like that was like literally a joke on SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, that's that song by Tiny Tim.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Or sung by Tiny Tim.
Yeah,
anyway.
It's like, and, you know, I'm not gonna like impugn his musical talent because I don't know. But it's like it's not horror to play the song that like literally everyone who listens to that scene knows that song first from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Or really anywhere else. It's an absurd song.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, God, whatever. It's just like, there's a way to do that kind of thing, and there's a way to not do that kind of thing, and it feels like very easily avoidable, despite how many movies, like, fall into that trap.
Yeah. So the couple, they do briefly explain their system.
Yeah.
I actually already mentioned it. It was the psychic emotional projection. So essentially big emotions make big ghosts. That's kind of their theory.
Sure.
Like if you die in a very emotional way or you're very upset, you make a very powerful ghost. Claire claims that she can see auras and knows if someone is lying or is a good or a bad person. Frank asks if his aura is good, and she just says, I see an aura. I love that. They're just like, yeah, well, I'm not going to go into the specifics, but I can see what you got there.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah. Well, you certainly have one, Frank. They also claim their cat is clairvoyant as well, which, yeah, again, that's very funny.
Yeah.
How would you figure that out? I guess, like, the cat acts weird sometimes, and they're just like, oh, he must be seeing the future.
Yeah, but that's every cat who has ever lived. There's not a cat who doesn't act weird about stuff that you can't see.
Yeah.
I mean, I've owned a number of cats, and they'll just like stare off into a corner at something like, I don't know, you can't see it. I don't know what they're I don't know what they're staring at, but they can see it.
Well, I don't think they're seeing anything.
No.
Cats are just inherently weird.
Well, yeah, sure. I don't think it's like, no, I don't think they're actually looking at ghosts, but it's like, yeah, that's just how cats are.
Frank's talking to them about this, and then he sees something move around upstairs, and I actually thought that there wasn't anything. I originally, when I saw the movie, I thought he was just making it up. But then when you actually replay the clip, which I did, you actually do see someone moving around up there. Although I still think that maybe that's a plant. He could have just hired any number of people to just walk around up there briefly.
Oh, yeah,
just to look weird.
For the first one, I assume that's a plant.
It's hard to say one way or the other, but yeah, it would have been very easy for him to do, and it would have been a great way to stir up interest for what is otherwise going to be, in his estimation, probably a very boring thing.
Yeah.
Go to an empty house and do a seance and then leave.
Yeah.
And then we get, dear Lord, 5 ads. I have them all listed. We get an ad for Dandridge running against Mike Barlow for governor. This is Dandridge, the probably bad one, but I didn't write anything else about it.
Yeah.
And then we got an ad for Fate Talk Fortune Hotline. So yeah, this is the Miss Cleo ad.
Call me now.
It's another 900 number.
Yeah.
The cards don't lie.
Okay, I wasn't doing the accent, but yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I mean whatever. It's fine. No, like
but that was her bit.
No, that,
She also wasn't Jamaican. She was faking
I
the
know.
accent.
Yeah, I know.
So
She was like,
wasn't...
yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
She's a charlatan.
Yeah. I feel like that, like
$2 for the first minute, 45 cents for each additional minute.
Yeah, I feel like they actually like hurt me more than the scam because it's like I knew the scam, but it's like, oh, she's actually not Jamaican. That hurt.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. I assumed she was.
Everything I know is a lie.
No, it's kind of messed up.
It was actually. I was shocked. Everybody was. So yeah, then we get an ad for the 18th annual Greek festival. I guess just because they had some stock footage of people in Greek outfits dancing around.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure, there's a festival, whatever. Then we get an ad for Clean Earth Society, which is basically just them being like, don't litter.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, whatever. Oh, speaking of which, I just realized I actually heard that there are more ads on the DVD version than there was in the original version of the movie. So I'm not sure which version.
Same version you're watching, man.
I watched. I think I have the one with more.
Oh, okay. Also, I will say that Greek cultural thing that that hits home a little bit because I also live very close to an Irish cultural center.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, I'm not saying it's like funny or bad or whatever, but it's just like, I don't know. I mean, it feels like kind of like a denomination of like white people that like, I'm not like against them having their thing, but it's kind of like, but it's kind of, I mean, but you know what I mean? But it's kind of like, okay, you know, whatever.
I'm not against them, but
no,
I wouldn't marry one or anything.
No. But what I'm saying is just sort of like, whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Well, Greek is very specific. I feel like Irish is less. Well, maybe that's not fair, but there are so many Irish in the U.S. I think there's more Irish people in the U.S. than there are in Ireland. Yeah, it almost just feels like they've taken over the culture in a way. Well, maybe not. You know, sort of mainstreamed it, I guess. You know.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I can't. I mean, I guess maybe this is just like for my upbringing, but like I can't imagine like having like a particular tie to my particular like white ethnic upbringing. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I've got a little bit of that. I thought everyone kind of did. I mean, I think you just kind of pick and choose when you're an American mutt, you know, as
well,
most
but
of
yeah,
us are.
but that's what I'm saying.
Whichever your favorite is.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like I understand that. I understand a little bit less being like I'm like a proud Irish American after like hundreds of years of your family being here. Like, I mean, at some point you have to like recognize that as being a little silly, right? You know?
No, I disagree.
Okay, I don't know.
I think you can be proud of your nonsense forever. I mean, it's part of who you are.
I guess, but
if I knew which caveman clan I came from, I might actually be proud of it. Be like, I'm the proud progenitor of the Snake Cave clan, you know, or whatever.
Okay.
That'd be kind of cool.
Okay, Peter. Well, I'm pretty sure that I'm like related to Sweden's worst serial killers. Maybe I don't know. Should I be proud of that?
Sweet. I mean, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, yeah. I guess you're right. I mean, that's kind of fun.
Sure. I don't know. I don't. I think it's good to honor your roots. It's just a way of reminding you of where you came from. It's a nice way to help stay sane. Also, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Looking through family trees and that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I also really like to think about how like I might be related to a cop who like burned down an old folks' home and killed like 26 elderly people.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's-
we weren't there. We don't know the circumstances,
well,
Jacob.
it's like-
Maybe there was a really compelling reason.
That's true. Yeah, I mean,
Maybe every single one of those old people were really bad.
Yeah, maybe they're all very, like, ungrateful losers at backgammon or whatever the hell they played over there. And they had it coming.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, sorry. Old man, we just, like, not talk about old man death anymore. And old ladies, that's true, too. He also killed a lord.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
No more elderly genocide talk.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's enough.
Well, until
one
until later on in the movie, where that also happens.
Yeah.
So, whatever.
Sure. Spoiler alert. Oh yeah, so then we get the next ad after the Clean Earth Society one is it's for a show called Armed to Strike.
Yeah.
Wednesdays at 11 p.m. on WNUF. It's about a vigilante war vet. So it's kind of like a Rambo show. He just kind of takes justice into his own hands. Or maybe Death Wish is more apt, because he's just shooting people on the streets.
Yeah, or Cleopatra 2525.
Sure, yeah. Proud work if ever there was one.
Damn right.
Okay, so they finally sent the crowd away. So then it's just Frank and the burgers, and I think there's 2 cameramen. I only found out later because I think they said that 2 guys were missing, and I can't figure it out otherwise. I believe there's like an A camera and a B camera, I think.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't ultimately matter, but it's weird when you think of it that way, because later on, they're crowding into a haunted house and it's a very intimate setting. And it's odd to think that there's actually 2 more people in the room with them.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is, like, I don't know.
That also happens in the Tales from the Crypt episode. The camera guy actually does talk and interact, and then he gets killed.
Damn it, Peter. I mean, yeah.
You should watch that episode, guys. It's pretty good.
Okay,
That's all I'm saying. That's, it's pretty good.
Is it free on Netflix?
It actually is free on YouTube. You can watch all of this Tales from the Crypt episodes just free.
Okay.
No one cares. The audio, or not the audio. Well, probably the audio, but mostly the visual quality is crap. I think it's like, it usually maxes out at 360.
Sure.
But
okay.
Yeah, you can watch whatever you want. Just go look it up. Yeah, I think it's called Television Terror. It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
I think it might be one of my favorite episodes.
You know what? I remember. Oh God, this is really bad. I remember I actually explicitly. You gave me a series of episodes to listen to, and I do remember listening to them while I was playing Overwatch on YouTube. So, all right.
Listen to?
Well, yeah, because I was playing the game. I was playing Overwatch, and I listened to them on YouTube. So yeah, all that stuff's on YouTube. Never mind.
Yeah. Watch it for free.
Yeah.
You lazy bastards.
But yeah.
Or get the really cheap cardboardy box sets that I got. That were so cheap. Nobody cares about this show. I wouldn't change places with anyone tonight. We'll carve pumpkin faces and watch the witch's flight. Welcome back, everybody. This is the second half, or second 1/3 of the Halloween podcast of Gorman on Gore.
Was that
It's a WNUF Halloween Special?
That Tim Curry Halloween thing he did?
Absolutely, it was Tim Curry. The 1986 TV movie, The Worst Witch. I actually have the lyrics for the whole thing here. I'm tempted to just sing the whole thing, but we won't.
Yeah,
it seems like that's pushing the envelope on infringement, but yeah, I love it. And every Halloween on Facebook, I always post that song for everyone's enjoyment or puzzlement, depending on where they stand on the issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun.
Anything can happen on Halloween. Your dog could turn into a cat. It's a very silly, just little kid song. And Tim Curry sings it with like 1000% commitment. And that's really what sells the whole thing. So yeah, you should look up that clip if you have never heard or seen this before. Also, if anyone knows where that tambourine is that Tim Curry waves around in that little sequence, I would pay a lot of money for that. I think it was filmed up in Canada. If you could dig up that moldy old tambourine from some, film institute or wherever it is, yeah, like, I would love to have that prop. That would just make me so happy. I mean, there's literally a line in the sequence where he asks for it and then it's thrown to him. Has anybody seen my tambourine? And he starts shaking around.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
I don't think I've ever seen the whole thing.
It is not a good movie. It's of its time. It was for children.
Yeah.
It was poorly made. It's kind of like Harry Potter if it was like Perusa Bulk. She's like a witch that sucks. She has no powers. And then, as she, throughout the adventures, she learns to use her witch stuff. It's sort of like, I don't know, we call it an analog for puberty or something like that. Like it's a growing up story about a young witch coming into her own. And it's filmed poorly. It's a made for TV thing. It looks like crap. But yeah, kids of the 80s and 90s, such as myself, I don't know, we have a certain fondness for it. If you saw it, going back to it, I don't know, it would be harder. I can only advocate for nostalgia to a certain extent, which leads us back to the WNUF Halloween Special.
Hey, we brought it back around. Good job.
Yeah, segue, baby. I'm getting so good at this. Aren't you all proud of me? How far I've come. Where were we? So I think we had just finally gotten to the part where Frank Stewart, the Burgers, the paranormal couple, and the cameraman walked into the Weber house.
Yeah.
Where the spirit board murders had occurred.
Finally, we're at the movie.
Yeah. I mean, really, as I mentioned before, or at least I believe I did, the first 20 minutes are all just the newscasters kind of just bantering and doing their little kind of boring newscaster bits. And so you can skip all of that if you don't care for it and just get right to this part about 20 minutes in. And I do love this whole flim-flammery of it with Claire feeling the walls for malevolence. And Frank just wants results. And so he's just like, well, what are you feeling right now? And she's like, listen, it takes time. I have to feel the essence of the house. And he's like, no. Just give me some first impressions. Just say something so I can make it into a soundbite.
Yeah.
And she's just like, I don't know. It feels bad in here.
I kind of wish that Ghost Hunter shows had a guy like that.
Yeah. Someone just pressuring them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
seriously, where are the ghosts?
I mean, I guess, what was that guy is Zach Baggins or whatever, he's actually kind of like that.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that you endorsing Zach Baggins and his misadventures of ghost hunting?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Watch Ghost Adventures. Maybe not Demon House.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I've never seen the show.
Yeah, not
Demon House.
Not Demon House. That's real bad.
Oh, yeah, don't watch that. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, now I'm looking.
I don't think any of those Ghost Hunter shows are good. Just for the record. I mean, I love the premise, but right off the bat, it's like those Bigfoot shows. They never find anything, and so it's all just kind of flummery. They just wander around and get scared of their own shadows and stuff.
Yeah, I suppose so. But oh man, how good would it be if one of those Bigfoot shows actually discovered Bigfoot, and then of course the story got leaked.
Yeah,
it would leak before the episode, but I'd want to see it. Even
it would have to.
I would absolutely have to see that.
Man, that just made me realize that would be an amazing film to make. You could take any of those Bigfoot idiots, because they would do a movie for you.
Oh, sure.
Just have them do their regular episode, but then it ends with a real Sasquatch showing up and just killing them.
Well, maybe not the guys who are
or a fate worse than death. Be like, listen, he's attracted to your pheromones, but I'm a male. It doesn't matter. He's dominated you, and now he has to finish the deed. No, please, no.
Okay, sorry. They gave me two. I mean, multiple thoughts.
A black comedy,
but
yeah.
Okay, at some point we will have to, unfortunately, probably cover one of those horny Bigfoot movies because there's
so many of them. Yeah, there's a lot of horny Bigfoot movies.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't get it. Second of all,
well, why is that a thing?
Maybe we can go into that in a later episode. So I'm sure there.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? I don't even want to get into it right now. Yeah, it's a whole can of worms.
Yeah. Also, secondly, I don't think that would work on the hunting Bigfoot people who go out looking for Bigfoot to kill Bigfoot.
Oh,
which is
is that what they're doing? I thought they were just going to go take pictures or something.
I think it is called hunting Bigfoot, but there is one where like explicitly their goal is to find and kill Bigfoot, which is psychotic.
That is so dumb.
Yeah. Like
like you finally find your life's ambition and then you just immediately shoot it.
Well, yeah. And also
like, now he really doesn't exist.
Well, also just like if there is like a Bigfoot out there and is like a like a biological miracle, like a unique being, it would be monstrous to kill it.
Yeah. You would want to capture it and let it spend the rest of its life in misery in a laboratory.
Look, there's a... I feel like there's... Oh, wait, hold on.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but...
I used to think as a kid that it would have been really funny in Harry and the Hendersons if that's how the movie ended, with him in like a lab and they're just like taking tissue samples and stuff. You'll be fine, Harry. Just don't squirm around too much when they put in a needle.
This is really
another 90s reference.
Bumming me out pretty early on. Sorry, I don't want Bigfoot. Yeah, anyway. All right.
Most versions of Bigfoot are very nice, except for the ones that are rapists and are for some reason like really attracted to human women. That's... Like, why would that even occur to them? We can't get into that, but yes.
Come on, we're all terribly intrigued by horny Bigfoot and his desire for women. We'll save it for another time.
Yeah, we must move on. We must proceed. Okay, so almost as soon as they get in there, the Burgers and Frank, they hear footsteps upstairs. So, I mean, that could be Father Matheson, who I forget whether or not he's actually been introduced yet. He like steps out of the shadows at some point. Yeah. I think it might be either this scene or the next. He just like, it's right after that. So I assume he's upstairs making noises to like add some creepiness to the broadcast. But it might also be the actual bad things that, later occur doing it as well. So I don't know.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'd like to think that he is.
It's a little ambiguous.
Yeah.
I feel like Frank Stewart's a fraud, and I feel like he would just pay people to do little things. Nothing big, but just enough, like just to spice things up a little bit. Because, he has no intention of anything happening here. He doesn't actually believe the Weber house is haunted.
Yeah.
I tend to believe whenever there's a decision between whether or not it's Frank being a fraud or not, I'm going to opt to Frank being a fraud.
Sure.
That's my assumption. So Shadow gets loose, their cat.
Yeah.
He gets out of, I believe it's Lewis's arms, the husband of the duo, and he just runs upstairs. And I love watching them because they're in like their 50s or 60s or whatever, just like hobbling after the cat, like a little too slow. Like the cat's not going fast, but it's just fast enough because it's kind of a casual stroll. That it's just besting these old fogey paranormal researchers.
I mean, it's...
So this is where it is in the notes. I said it too soon. This is when Father Matheson just like steps out of the shadows. Apropos of nothing, he just appears out of nowhere. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
It's like, here's Father Matheson. He's totally been here the whole time. So then for the next part, we get Veronica Stanzi out in the safety of her van. She's reported that a huge storm front is coming in, but they're going to keep broadcasting anyway. I love her job, by the way, just the fact that she's just a spectator. And minor spoiler alert, but as things go wrong, she is very committed to just keep rolling through the whole thing. It's just like, we are going to keep going no matter what, folks.
No sacrifice.
I'm in this van and I'm loving this.
Yeah. No sacrifice of yours is too great for me.
Yeah. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. So saith Lord Farquaad. Okay, so yes, then we get back to the commercials because that's what this is all about, right, folks? So we get an ad for Mr. Chip's Computer Learning Center. You know, one of those really boring ads where like it's just people typing on computers and they're like, hey, learn how to be less crappy at your job. You can come do this for a couple of hours on evenings.
Yeah, learn how to play solitaire.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there actually is solitaire in one part, and they said like, oh, games development. You know, it has to show like the most boring game you could come up with.
Yeah.
Yeah, like moving cards around. That's great, folks.
I mean, I hate to say it, but, you know, at the time, that was kind of true.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you worked with what you had. And honestly, I shouldn't tease too much because I actually did play solitaire for a number of years on my phone and elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Everyone did. Let's be honest, everybody. You know, it's not just me.
No.
It was that or Hearts. You played one of those boring card games.
Sure.
By yourself while you were waiting at a bus stop or something.
Yeah. Or Mahjong. That's another good one.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, then there's an ad for BITR, BITR, the Broadcast Institute for Television and Radio, which is one of those technical ads, you know, for like a company. Like, it sounds like one of those ones that might cave in just like the very next year. I don't know if you guys have ever heard those things, but there's a lot of things like that where it's like technical colleges are almost always BS.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I guess I can't say that with confidence, but quite a few of them cave in because they don't actually result in people getting jobs. So it just kind of feels like people wasted their time and they don't get like a degree or anything. So you don't get the respect of a regular academic degree.
Yeah.
So it's just, so it always felt real risky to me. There was a brief time in my life when I considered doing some kind of a technical degree, but when I went there to do a tour of the place, I don't remember what it was called, but it was some local place. It was in like a strip mall and it looked real weird and funky, and I don't know. As soon as I got there, I'm like, yeah, this is probably not a good idea. I'm glad I didn't. And then we get a great ad for some TV show. It kind of looks like Silver Spoons or one of those types of shows.
Yeah.
I think it's called like King's Castle or something like that. But it's I listened to it multiple times. I couldn't figure out what the thing was called, and they don't actually show the title.
Mm.
But whatever it is, it's Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. and it's a very special episode where this curly blonde-haired guy, like the uncle, comes over to this family, and it's just like drinking all of the vanilla extracts, and you know, and they're making little jokes about it. It's exactly the episode you don't want to watch because it's a bummer.
Oh yeah,
but luckily they
that show looks awful.
Yeah, it is great though because they interrupt it with a fast forwarding sequence. It is nice just because it skips over things that are just a little too dull. So the uncle starts to say, I don't have a drinking problem, and then it just like cuts out and just fast forwards. Like,
yeah. Great.
Thank God for that.
The dogs are barking.
Jacob's dogs are loose.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to edit all that out, but we'll see. If any of it gets through, blame Jacob. This is his fault. Yeah. He lives around animals.
Yeah. I guess that is true. Yeah, it is my fault.
Well, sort of. I don't know. You can't really control the impulses of animals. Luckily, the one that I live nearby is relatively quiet. I mean, she whines, but it's in such a way that it can't really be picked up on my mic. So, you know, I'm just going to pretend like this is some outrage or something. You know.
Sure.
Going to get Jacob's goat a little bit.
No, yeah.
As you do. So, okay. And then the last ad for this break, there's a PSA for Parents Against Partying, PAP, I guess. This is probably my favorite ad. This is the one where they're playing Spin the Bottle, but it's all like drugs.
Yeah.
Playing with drugs is playing with death. They spin the bottle and it goes around and around to like pills and like needles and stuff. And then it just ends on a gun, you know, and be like, oh no. I almost wish it had gone to like a Skull and Crossbones or something.
Well, no. Doesn't it? It goes to a little grave marker.
Oh, does? Oh,
yeah.
I forgot. I thought it was a gun. Yeah.
No, yeah, it's like a...
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. I'm here to keep you honest.
All right, well, thank you for clearing that up, Jacob.
Yeah.
You know, that would have discredited the whole podcast.
You know what? A little bit, to a degree. Yeah.
No, I don't. That sounds like sarcastic, but no, that really did help. Thank you. You know, sometimes it's hard to thread that needle of being jovial and like a little kidding, but not too kidding, you know.
Sure.
You're just like, wait a minute, are you making fun of me right now? Like, no, I'm not, whatever.
I generally assume that when people are like joking with me, that it's like in bad faith and they actually mean it.
Yeah. You son of a bitch. No, it's nothing like that. I used to have that as a question I would ask people who are real self-conscious. Especially in school, every time you walked past a group and you heard them laugh, what percentage of that do you think it was about you? Like, you're neurotic if you think it's like 100%, like you think everyone's always laughing about you. Like they've noticed something about me and they find it funny.
Oh, no, I would never assume that people are laughing or were like laughing at me at school because, I was no laughing matter.
It's all serious business. Okay, so back to Frank. During the break, the burgers were able to pick up some EVP, some electronic voice phenomena, by asking questions to an empty room. And, the burgers, Frank and Father Matheson listen, and they actually get a nice recording of someone saying leave really loud.
Yeah.
And I love that, like, people don't want to believe it. Frank's just like, I'm not sure. No, it clearly says leave. Here, let me play it for you.
I mean,
is that a breeze? No, it's someone saying leave.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearer than it would ever be in real life, unless it was like...
Yeah. And if you've watched any of those shows, they're all like, they'll hear like someone drop something and they'll be like, oh, it's a child telling us to get out. Oh, really? I thought that was you coughing. Like, no, it was a phenomenon.
See, you know what? Oh God.
And the cat is still missing.
Yeah, I would really respect like a host or a crew member on one of those ghost hunter shows if they were willing to like actually get hit by something. Well,
what do you mean
like
struck
like
by
a flying object from like allegedly like a poltergeist or something.
That would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's just like knocked out cold, and they have to like drag his body away.
Well, I mean, maybe not like that far, but I mean, like just take a heavy book to the dome or something.
Yeah. Well, the last time I looked up poltergeist activity, which was a long time ago, I recall that even though it would like throw around things with great violence, it would almost never break anything, and it would just do it in unnatural angles. That's like how you try to prove it was a real poltergeist and not just a girl who's really unhappy with her family, like discreetly throwing objects when people aren't looking in the room, which was like 90% of the real stuff.
Yeah.
They would wait till people were looking the other way, and then they would throw a watch or whatever. I'm sorry. I don't mean to poo-poo all of this supernatural stuff, but yeah. I find it very interesting, even just from a disapproving angle, or, like a critical analysis.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty fun. I love this occult nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, same here. That and like aliens, and some of the fun conspiracy theories are fun, or I mean, like less serious conspiracy theories, I guess.
Yeah, like rapist Bigfoot.
Yeah, Peter. That's exactly. Come on. Really, I was kind of like joking about it, but we're actually going to have to do a Bigfoot movie now.
Oh God! All right, well, we'll see. Oh, I can't even think of one that was good. I think they were all just uniformly terrible.
Yeah, Peter, I can't think of anyone that's good either. So, good job.
We could do Demon Warp. That's
Oh yeah.
It's like cheating because it's not entirely about Sasquatch.
Yeah. Maybe.
We'll discuss it later.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, back to it. I love the lady who plays Claire. Let's see if I can find her name. It's that older lady. I don't know if she has a picture here, which makes it harder to find her on like the IMDb thing. Helen Mary Ball. She plays it so serious. She seems like a real medium, and it's just so much fun because people are just making fun of her and stuff, or like giving her a hard time. And she's so grave about everything. She asks Father Matheson to do an exorcism, and he just kind of ignores her, which is pretty great. He keeps just sidestepping the issue anytime anyone brings it up. So are you gonna exorcise the spirits? He was like, no, it's the church has to agree. We probably should have discussed this before we started filming. I mean, it's embarrassing now. I thought I was just going to stand here and, and just discuss the ghosts.
That is funny that every time there is mention of an exorcism in the movie, they always have to do officially, the Catholic Church doesn't recognize, like exorcisms or whatever, but then there's always, like, the secret sect of, like, okay, but seriously? Secretly? They do.
Yeah. Yeah, like, but for real, you're going to do it, right? I mean, do you have someone on speed dial? You can get, like some kind of archbishop or something?
Or
No, you got to go right to the Pope's secret SWAT team.
Yeah,
paranormal monster killer.
Oh my god, how do you blow that? That is such a good idea.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I've never seen that portrayed in a movie well.
No, but yeah.
The group heads down to the basement because they're going to go do like a seance. He wants to film there to do it. But they hear a crash come from the room they were just in, and they head back. And all of the Burger's EVP crap, all their gadgets have been smashed to bits. And they're just, they're a little bit upset. To say the least.
Yeah, I think that'd be annoying.
It's pretty good, because in the background, Lewis is just like, this costs $1,000.
Yeah,
which in 1987, that would be a lot of money. I mean, I guess even now that's a lot. But, in $80, that's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot more. So then during the confusion, Frank just sends it to another commercial. So we get treated to another batch. So we get an ad for Avalon Beach Rentals via Garland Travel. It says it's cheaper in October and there's a haunted house out on the pier. I was just thinking, like, they must have had just like stock footage of beach houses, and they're like, well, listen, wait a minute. This is like Halloween. No one's renting beach houses this time of year. So you have to like say something about it in the ad. You're like, oh, the rates are way down. You could just come be in this cold ass beach house while it's abandoned.
Yeah.
I mean, I do tease, but it is like, that's literally what I'm doing in November. I'm going to go to a beach house because I like a creepy, stormy, wavy existence. I'm just going to get drunk and read books and stuff and watch the waves. Cause it's like right on the what do you call it? The breakwater, like right above like a concrete thing. So if there's going to be like a tsunami that hits the Pacific Ocean and washes into the Puget Sound and wipes us all out, that'll be the time when it happens. Like the one time I'm really close to the beach and I'll just get washed out to sea.
I mean, they are like, beach houses are fun. I used to do that every now and then when I was living in Oregon. Just, go, chill out at a beach house for a few days,
Cool.
Yeah, it's relaxing.
All right, so then next we get an ad for Stay Shore tampons. This is my second favorite.
Okay.
Two girls playing tennis. Yeah. It's really fun. I mean, yeah, I was just thinking, thank God. I was so scared there wouldn't be an awkward tampon ad in this. I mean, there's got to be one, right? You need at least one of those to make people like sort of look away and be uncomfortable.
Okay, I will say it's a bit of a shame they don't do the blue liquid thing.
Oh yeah, that's true. Although I guess that's more of I don't know. I think that's more of a 90s thing, but they probably did that in the 80s as well. Then we get an ad for the American Electric Company, which I have no notes for, so I guess it was boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, we make power or something. Then there's an ad for WNUF Friday nights, The Quarry. So this is like the midnight heavy metal rock, we call it program. Yeah. They give people a hard time for living an irresponsible lifestyle, but this is the only time when they allow them to listen to their music, in the comfort of their own home. Is that at friggin' midnight?
Yeah.
Turn it up, everybody! Woo!
Yeah, to be honest,
wake the neighbors with rock.
That does seem like the worst time to be listening to rock music.
Yeah, having said that, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
They ghettoized heavy metal fans, and then they gave them crap for doing it. They're just like, oh, they're up at all hours of the night playing their music. It was like, well, gee, that's the one time you let them do it. You son of a bitch. If they're not watching, they can listen.
Thank you for that, Peter.
Yeah. You need more excuses for me to just pretend to play an electric guitar. All right, so back to the special. producer Veronica Stanzi has to like assure us from her van that the destruction of the burgers equipment was not a scripted event. Like, we didn't intentionally just destroy their livelihood. That was an accident, but we're going to keep playing the footage anyway. So let's just keep it rolling, folks. Which is pretty great. I mean, I feel like that would have probably ended it if it was a more responsible broadcast. But, I'm guessing both Frank Stewart and Veronica Stanzi have no interest in doing things the proper way. They just want good television.
Yeah.
So they're just like, just keep it rolling, man. Because, it just keeps getting worse and worse from here. And they knuckle down through just about everything, really. So Frank, the burgers, and Father Matheson have gathered at a table for the scheduled seance, and viewers are encouraged to call in, which was a terrible mistake. Just like, why would you? Nobody who calls in says anything useful or good.
Yeah.
They're all bad calls, and it's great because, that's what live events are like, where you have no control over people. I guess they must have the producer like trying to screen them, but they're just going to be like well behaved for that part of the call, and then they'll just go nuts when they're on air.
Yeah, God, I don't think that's ever a good idea. I used to listen to this guy. I can't remember. It's like he had sort of like an internet radio show thing, I guess. It was like, and he would do that, and it was just kind of a known thing on 4chan. They just program was on here, and so like every single time it would just be like people saying the most heinous stuff, and he would just get so like you could I heard him one time like throw a mug and like break it. He was like furious, and he like kept doing it. It was like, I mean, you wonder how much he was like playing along, but he did seem just like genuinely furious that they were making a mockery of the show.
Well, I have to imagine just in my mind, that the story is that everyone around him is like encouraging him to keep doing it, even though he hates it. It's like, they're not taking me serious. Like, no, you got to do it. It's the biggest thing. Everyone loves this part of your show.
I mean, I do wonder about because he does have a guy who screens the calls, and he talks to him. Oh. So, like, I feel like if he was in on it.
Yeah, maybe everyone is messing with him. So first we get Ian from Fairview, who just says, Iron Maiden rules! White Lion sucks! Woo! Which, true.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't know. Was Iron Maiden ever actually cool? I think they were cool because people wanted to ban them and stuff, because it was like vaguely occulty or something, but I don't know. It always seemed real nerdy to me, even back in the day. I mean, I like Iron Maiden, but yeah, I don't know. It's got to, like they sing about the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. You know what I mean? Like, that's not like super cool stuff.
Well, I think that like, that stuff became controversial and cool. Yeah, I guess sort of a like chicken before the egg kind of a thing. Like, they were singing about dorky stuff, but because it got made into a controversy, it became cool.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe that's it. And good on them. I'm glad every time a dorky kind of obscure thing becomes real big.
Sure.
Well, they were never obscure. No. Like when something gets more prominence, by like trying to ban a book or a movie or something, that kind of thing. I don't remember White Lion. I don't recall if they suck or not. Were they one of those glam bands, like with the glitzy hair and stuff?
Yeah.
I have to imagine.
I didn't listen to them a bunch, but I wasn't a big fan.
I'm just gonna look up a picture of White Lion. Oh no, there's actual White Lions.
Yeah.
Like, no, I want the band. Damn it. Siegfried and Roy. No. Oh, you know what? The internet's failed. I'm just gonna go back. Oh yeah. These are totally some big hair dudes. Yeah, there we go.
Also, just like
they look like they suck.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, White Lion guys.
You can't Google something as generic as White Lion. You have to specify it. Like, it's like the band or like White Lion persona, if that's what you're looking for. Whatever.
White Lion, not porn. You have to like put it like in like all caps.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Come on. choking up the internet with this nonsense with your deviant art.
I don't think that's even a thing anymore.
I hope not.
Whatever.
If we're being honest.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever. People like.
Oh yeah. So people like
Yeah.
their things. I mean, yeah. I used to watch Thundercats. I understand.
Okay. All right. Okay, but for real though, Thundercats sucked. It was a bad show.
The intro was great.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah,
It was such a bait and switch.
People liked the intro, and they maybe liked the general idea. I don't think anyone actually liked Thundercats.
I would be surprised if very many people actually sat and watched the shows because they were just dreadful. Yeah. Okay, so next we get Fran from Chestertown who asks whether or not they could contact her dead grandmother and call her a bitch.
That's probably my favorite.
Yeah. I like the way she says it. She puts a real emphasis on the old B word there, Call her a bitch. Everyone's just like, Like, come on, this is serious. We have a real paranormal couple here. We want some real calls. They're so mad. It's
Some
great.
people would say that cursing is an art.
Sure. And also, my apologies, everyone. I try not to swear. Well, I keep everything to PG-13, but yeah. But I feel like the B word's all right, generally speaking. I'm not being derogatory toward women, only towards the dead grandmother of Fran, who was clearly an unfit grandmother.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like throwing that one around, but
No, yes. It feels a little outmoded, a little, dare I say it's sexist? Because I remember back in the day, it used to be used for everything. It was like a blanket term for like things you didn't like from certain people.
Yeah, it's just
certain female people. So yeah, it's
it's a little uncreative, I think.
Yeah, I had 3 older sisters, and I feel like when I had to start, resorting to the B is like when I was running out of stuff. Like I was just frustrated. Like whatever.
Oh.
It's like giving up,
For the record, I would have never called one of my older sisters the B word because that would not have flied.
Oh well, no, I did get in trouble.
Okay.
So I mean, yeah, that was part of it. It was a whole thing. But you know what? We were on our own a lot. Single mom, that whole deal.
Sure.
Like 5 kids. So we were like orphans. We related to like Annie and stuff. I'm not going to go into my sad backstory, but yeah.
Yeah, I will say for anyone listening, Peter was essentially a feral child. So we
more or less.
Yeah, but in some ways we have to be lenient.
You have to humor my uncouth ways. Yeah. My primitive demeanor. Okay, so anyway, back to the movie. Father Matheson asks Claire about the presence in the house. Well, what's with it? Is it a spirit or spirits, and how are they feeling? And she just says that, whoever it is, an entity or entities, they have a deep sense of betrayal and a call for justice, which I believe this is accurate. That's the interesting thing about it, is that everything that she predicts ends up being more or less true, but just not for the reasons they thought.
Yeah.
I mean, not to spoil what happens later, but, there is something in the house, and it does have a strong sense of betrayal. So, yeah. I don't know. Is she reading that, or is it just a guess that just happened to be correct? I'm not sure.
Yeah, hard to say.
And, the Burgers are increasingly upset by the loss of their cat and the equipment. Well, the cat's just lost, like they haven't found it yet. But it's just great when they're like, Lewis especially, it just keeps having these terse little conversations with Frank, like while he's trying to do the broadcast. We're like, but what are we going to do about the broken equipment? He's like, listen, my producer will work this out with you. We'll talk about it later. I'm trying to work here.
I feel like that's maybe one of the most unrealistic parts. Those fake ghost hunter people are always insanely wealthy. It sucks.
It seems like they have a it's a very pricey hobby they're in, where they're just willing to throw away cash on whatever this stuff is. I can't imagine an EVP unit would have been all that expensive. I feel like Lewis was cheated, what would that be? It would just be like a recorder, and maybe like some audio processing unit or something. Like, it wouldn't be that expensive.
Yeah. Oh, actually.
Lewis, you got taken for a ride, man.
I could buy an EVP.
Well, I mean, anything is EVP. All you have to do is record anything in a room. I could just leave these mics on that I'm talking into right now for hours and just wait for like a blurp or a weird noise, and then, just say that it's a dead child, and suddenly I got a career in the paranormal industry.
Yeah, but I want one that kind of looks like a phaser from Star Trek. That's kind of neat.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I wouldn't mind having one of those weird things that like Egon had in Ghostbusters, like with the two little things that go up. I don't know what it was trying to detect, but it looked pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think it was like a ghost unit, I forget what it, damn it, our mutual friend Dave, he knows all of this crap. I'm sure he's furious.
Yeah, I was going to say
right now. As soon as he hears this, how could you not know this? Whatever, Dave. I know that this stupid thing was a prop from some other movie that they just bought, so it wasn't even the original thing it was made for, it's all nonsense. It's detecting things that aren't there.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean, since we're making it a thing, okay, PKE meter, also known as an horoscope, which I like that name.
Horoscope?
Yeah.
Cool.
And it detects psychokinetic energy. There you go.
Nice. How would you detect it? Oh,
yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's cool that they're trying.
Yeah. I mean, as fun as it would be to really go into the science of Ghostbusters.
The fake science. Okay, and so I think this is the last call they get. They just get an anonymous call, which is really funny. Like the producer just greenlights it. They're like, all right, they refuse to say who they are, but here's their thing anyway. And it's just that lady, you can tell it's Angela Harris from Harvest. And she's just like, this is blasphemy! You're all gonna burn in the fiery pits of hell! And I do like that Claire, especially, of the burgers, just seemed really hurt by the call. It's like she's never had that before. I have to imagine as a paranormal researcher, you're gonna get that every now and then, and that you would probably learn to deal with it with a certain amount of aplomb. But yeah, she just seems like, I don't know. I mean, she's a sensitive soul, so maybe she's always like that, like maybe it hurts her vibes if someone says her whole career is nonsense. Oh yeah, and then Frank asks if the spirits have any stock tips that they can give, like for the future. And Claire gets really mad because that's an incredibly insulting question. She's like, no, this is serious, Frank. Like you brought me on here to do this. And, she's going to go further, but then you hear Shadow, the cat, yowl from off screen. Like something terrible is happening to the cat. So they have to get up and run after it. And so, Frank just tosses it off to some more commercials. Yeah. We get, this is the ad for Phil's Carpet Warehouse for the third time. So, they just fast forward through it. Like, thank God. I mean, I actually like this ad, so I probably would have just sat through it anyway, but you have to pull your punches a little bit, like, listen, you don't have to sit through the whole thing again. So, I think it was a good choice though. I think that of all of the ads, I mean, it's short, it's to the point. It's kind of, I don't know. It has a certain catchiness. I feel like it was a good choice for a multiple ad use. It's also the kind of ad you would get a ton of in these stupid local broadcasts. And then we get an ad for Board and Wax presents Feel the Steel. A heavy metal compilation tape. It has all these like fake songs on there, which is pretty great. I wrote a few down. So yeah, we got Pumping the Brakes on You. We got some Confederate dollars. I don't even know what that would mean, but that's interesting. And then there's Love is Bloody Axe. And then we got like Megan in parentheses. So it's like, I guess it must be a love song to Megan, but it's just, I love it because it's just nonsense. You're like, out of context, it makes no sense at all. You're just like, love is bloody axe. Like, what?
I don't know. I feel like
But it's for Megan. It's a love song.
I feel like I would probably like that song if it were real.
Yeah. The song I would like the most is the fourth one I wrote down. Heaven and Afraid,
I was gonna say.
Because they do sing a little piece of it in the song, in the commercial. Heaven is afraid. Sounds like a cool song. That's the one you freak out your Christian neighbors with. You play it real loud and you just like stare daggers at them.
You call them square.
As all rockers do. Yeah, what are you, square?
We should bring that back.
And there's a band called Rotor, which I have to imagine is based off of the Rotor movie. Yeah. It's got the same periods after each letter. ROTOR. I'm not sure if I could recommend that movie. It was once covered on Red Letter Media. It's got a horrible dancing robot in it, which is probably the best part of the movie.
Yeah, well, no.
It's a fun little reference.
But I mean, Peter, the best part about the movie is it's completely out of nowhere downer of an ending.
Yes.
I don't know. I guess we can spoil it since nobody cares. Or the main character just gets they defeat Rotor and everything, and it's like, hey, the heroes won, and then just he gets randomly gunned down in the parking lot, and it's just all right, movie over.
Yeah, I used to love that in certain video games. For instance, in the very old GoldenEye game from the N64, the James Bond game that they can't recreate because the licenses are too complicated. There's this great part in one of the episodes, or what do you call it? One of the chapters you play, where one of the characters is like, "Oh, I'm so glad you told me this information, James. I'm going to go tell the Russian government and we're going to clear all of this up." And after that, after those interactions are over, it gives you the happy ending no matter what happens. So I would always shoot him in the back right after he turns to leave because nothing stops me from doing it. And I was just thinking in reality, James Bond would be like, why did I do that? I just ruined everything.
I really fucked this up.
He's like, I'm going to go clear your name, James. Because he was arrested in that movie by the Russian government. And so he's just like, oh, no, you won't. There was also a really great part where when you're leaving the, I forget what they are. It's like the Russian embassy or whatever. And you could shoot people a certain way in the game in the neck where they would grab at their neck and then die. And it would take a long time, like 30 seconds of clawing at their neck before they just roll over and slowly die. And if you shot your companion Natalia in the neck right before you went out the window, she would just stand there with you normally, but for some reason it wouldn't end it because she didn't die immediately, and it would allow her to do that animation in the background. So if you shot her in the neck right as you go out the window, it shows James Bond doing a pose, and in the background is Natalia grabbing at her neck and rolling over
it's not it's not
good times,
entirely
Jacob.
related, but it's not entirely unrelated. I was reading a comic.
Oh yeah, because what I was saying has everything to do with our horror podcast.
No, I'm saying it has nothing to do with our diversion. But anyway,
sure.
I was reading some
diversion number 2.
Okay, I'll make it quick. I was reading some comic. I can't remember the name of it, but it was kind of a fun idea because it was James Bond, and it played it straight for almost the entire first issue, and then James Bond the James Bond-ish character just gets crushed to death by a trap.
Nice.
And then it's okay, the story is actually about getting a bunch of kids that he's had over the years to come together as a super spy team. So it's all of his manly conquests over the years. He has
the Bond children.
Yeah. So it's just he has 6 kids.
These are the Bond bastards.
Yeah, I thought it was a funny idea.
That is funny. So yeah, Bleak End and Rotor. Just retracing our steps. A bleak ending in Rotor, which is briefly mentioned in the band, in this ad, a fake band. It had a man getting shot in the back when he was going to reveal information, which then made me think of GoldenEye and James Bond shooting someone in the back for no reason when he was about to reveal information. And then that came with James Bond just dying, and his illegitimate children saving the day.
And look, it all tracks.
This is some perfectly reasonable stream of consciousness. Okay, so then we get an ad for the Cloverland shooting range, where it's just all these people practicing, and it's got the hit the bricks, Rambo. There's a new big guy in town. It's you. Which is as a non-gun user, it feels a little creepy to me. It's all right, whatever. I've been to a gun range a couple of times, and each time I felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone's just standing in stalls shooting forward, but you could easily just like, turn and blow someone's brains out. I mean, that's a totally ridiculous thought to have, but I never shook it. I was just like, wow, this guy could just kill me right now, and it would take a really long time for anyone to find out.
Well, Peter, boy, do I have some news for you. I've seen some live leak videos, and that is not an impossible thing to have happen.
Oh my God, really? Oh God. I thought I was being unreasonable.
I mean, yeah, like statistically, that is unreasonable, but it has happened.
Probably. Okay. Come feel the warm embrace of the Second Amendment. I will add for shooting range. And then we get an ad for, it's like a PSA for the Committee to End Drugs. Yeah. It must not have left an impression with me because I wrote absolutely nothing.
It's a nothing ad.
And then we cut back from commercial to absolute chaos. Someone has killed Shadow.
What?
The burgers are inconsolable.
Let's just say
it's just
Bigfoot
nuts.
may have gotten a hand on the cat.
Was Bigfoot involved? We all know that Sasquatches hate cats.
Oh. No, I was implying something far worse.
Oh, God. Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Dear Lord. Because when you see the cat, I mean, that would have been a very bad end for that kid.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to make a pound the pussy joke.
All right.
Okay, so... But I was going to do it in a James Bond voice. That would have helped.
Oh, yeah, actually.
He's always making jokes like that. Someone has pounded this pussy. Oh. But no. Yeah, so Frank is just trying to hold things together as like the burgers are just flipping out. But, even he seems a bit shaken, which I actually appreciate the fact that even though he is a little heartless and ambitious and, insincere, he is still upset by the fact that someone just smashed a cat flat on the floor. To the point where, like, when the cameraman is trying to look at it, he's like, no, don't look. And, the guy does anyway, which is pretty great. And, they flattened the cat, whoever did this. It's just, I don't know what they did to it. They must have hit it with, like, it was like a Wile E. Coyote, like, hit with a boulder kind of flat, you know? It just, like, smashed all over the place. I mean, I'm not sure whether or not I wanted to see the sad remains of the cat, but, we get to.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I could have gone with that, to be honest.
Well, that's the weird thing. I mean, very little happens in the movie. I mean, if we're really being honest here. So you almost need it just to be like, yeah, something real happened and there it is. But as soon as you see it, you regret it. It's an interesting tightrope they have to walk where it's just like, well, we could imply cat murder or we could show cat murder. So
sure.
I guess we'll show it a little bit. At least we didn't have to watch it happen. Thank God. So then we get the producer, Veronica Stanzi, apologizing for the graphic imagery, but insists that the Halloween special will continue after a short break. Like, that was pretty bad. Anyway, we're going to be moving on here in a minute. Veronica, she already filmed that bit with Dr. Allen, the dentist, his Cash for Candy program. So they just play that again. And so once again, you get that, that stupid part with him being like, Halloween is a dentist's worst nightmare. And this is part of what it's just locked it into my brain forever. I'm never going to be able to unhear that. It's precisely the kind of corny nonsense you see in like every single news ad since like the beginning of news broadcasts. Like I don't think it was even the dentist's idea. I bet you anything it was Veronica Stanzi being like, all right, listen, I'm gonna like ask you what a dentist's worst nightmare is, and you're gonna say Halloween, but be real emphatic about it. Well, I'm not sure if I feel that way. It's like, no, you have to say it like this. Then we get an ad for Joey's Pets on Shadowbrook Road. And, Shadowbrook Road, as at least I know, is the road that Van Helsing's house is on in the Monster Squad movie. That was in 1980, whatever. So that's a fun little reference. Where is it?
Sorry, I
dead silence
No,
from
I'm
Jacob.
sorry. I can hear some noise from upstairs. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, good. Is this the part where we hear you die, live?
Oh,
on
no,
recording?
not like that. Probably not.
I was getting some phantom rustling before we started recording. It was creeping me out because nothing was moving in my room, but on my headset, I could hear something making a little rustling noise. And I never did figure out what it is. So, There might be like a tarantula in my room or something. I don't know.
Yeah, or a bagul.
A bagul, yeah. I looked at too many photographs, and he insinuated himself into my consciousness, or whatever that nonsense plot was. We're never gonna stop making fun of that bagul. I bet, yeah,
it's very silly.
What a dreadful plot line. Then we get an ad for Good Standings Bar and Grill. They have a famous chili cheeseburger, and then they proceed to not show a chili cheeseburger, which is just really funny.
Yeah,
to me.
that also kind of
like our famous burgers.
pissed me off.
I think it looked like hash browns or something. Yeah. And they have local bands called Paper Trail and Closed for Repairs, which are like, wonderful local nothing band names.
Yeah, those guys are going nowhere.
Closed for Repairs? Yeah, like, why would you call yourself Closed for Repairs? Because, like, if you put that up on a marquee, it would make it seem like no one should come see you,
Oh, yeah.
Bare Naked Ladies made sense because it actually encouraged people they wanted to see some bare naked ladies. But yeah, Closed for Repairs, it's just like, this building is condemned, the band, or whatever. Oh, yeah, and then we get an ad for Frumkes Premium Wine Cooler, like in a corny Dracula voice. Love it. A big, weird-looking jar of red stuff just, like, rises out of the dirt with a hand holding it up, like, oh, look at this! You should get screwed up on this! Oh.
I like that bottle design. It's neat.
It is a cool bottle, yeah. And then there's just a shot of a guy sitting by himself in a dark room, just, like, pounding it down, like, just straight from the bottle.
Yeah.
This is how this should be consumed.
It's like, look, okay, obviously that's what people are going to be doing with that kind of drink, but, like,
Yes.
show it.
No, it's implied. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then we get an ad for the Demons of Demolition Derby. This is the second time they've shown this. I forget, was it Friday, or Sunday? I forgot to write it down.
Wait, like in real life?
Well, I don't know. Sunday is the real one, so maybe it was Friday in this one. I forget. Friday. Watch cars drive around in a circle. I think we've already discussed this, so yeah, we can move on. About the people who died, when you weren't there.
Obviously that would have been deeply traumatic, but, like, I don't know. Kind of wish I had been there.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know. It probably would have been the most exciting thing that happens. So
yeah, I mean, you don't even need to go to another one after that.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, what are, like, more people gonna die? Probably not.
Well, hopefully not. Then we get an ad for all the shops at Chestertown Mall. Got the Tokens Arcade and Pizzeria, where the fake actor Zachary Bannon from the hit show Galaxy Pilot is going to, sign autographs and stuff.
I probably would have been pretty into Galaxy Pilot if it were a real show.
I wonder if I would have been into it. Maybe, but even if I was, I probably would not have been into it enough to go meet the guy and want him to sign something.
Actually, I don't know what...
It might be fun, though, to just get a picture with him. You could show kids at school or whatever.
I don't know what it is, but I get kind of like Hercules, like the Legendary Journeys vibes from the picture.
Yeah, it does have that vibe for any of you who used to watch Kevin Sorbo just ripping it up on daytime television.
It was a fun show.
Yeah, it had some good episodes. I'm not going to say the whole show. But yeah. There was a few that weren't bad. And now he does Christian inspirational films.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of fun, too.
Like God is Not Dead.
Because, it feels, like, extra washed up, because it's, like, sometimes...
Is it?
I feel like it. I mean...
Oh, God. I see what you're saying.
Well, like, what I'm saying is, it's like, sometimes when an actor just kind of, like, disappears from public life after they've had, like, because I feel like when an actor just kind of, like, bows out of acting after they've had, like, a long, successful show, it's like, they probably made enough money. They're good. I respect that. But, like...
Yeah.
If they still do stuff after that, and it's, like, significantly lower quality, it's definitely that they blew their money and now are just scraping by.
Yeah. That makes me sad, I mean, I liked him before. I like him a lot less now.
Yeah, he is kind of a disagreeable guy.
All right, then moving on. We then get an ad for Video World video rentals, which are very much, they've gone the way of the dodo.
Yes.
I mean, I really don't miss VHS tapes. At the time I did. I remember when we were transitioning from DVDs, or from VHS to DVDs. There was this weird fixation. I remember when they used to have a debate about whether or not full screen was better than, what do you call it, wide bar, whatever the hell we actually use now. It's a ridiculous argument. It's just, but at the time, I guess maybe because we were used to it, filling up the whole TV screen, we assumed that we were missing stuff if it wasn't all there. I remember seeing Ghostbusters 2 in theaters and being like, why is it like a wide strip of a bar? Like, where's the rest of the film?
I mean, sometimes, like...
We did resist change.
Yeah.
We were part of the problem, really.
I mean, that was also kind of funny, because I feel like what caught people is that VHS was such a thing for such a long time that I think people just kind of assumed that the format wouldn't change at any point.
I guess. Yeah, maybe people just got too set in their ways.
Yeah, because I definitely remember people being like, oh, my VHS collection is, like, worthless now or whatever, I definitely remember people being like, what's next? You know what I mean? Like, this idea of, like, well, shoot, the seal's broken,
Yeah. Well, VHS tapes were a real crappy format.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
So...
in hindsight.
I mean, honestly, like, some stuff is held up better. Like, a Laserdisc, as stupid as they are, like, looking, they actually look real nice.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they're huge, impractical shapes. No one can play them anymore. But as a medium for storing a movie, it's way better than VHS, which, like, degrades over time and looks like crap.
I mean, I think that, there's probably a good reason why teachers every now and then pull out the Laserdisc player,
Also because it's really expensive.
Well,
Probably just wanted to, like, justify the cost to themselves.
Sure.
I have to make use of this for a certain amount of years. Otherwise, why would I have gotten it?
One time my science teacher brought in, of all things, Gattaca on Laserdisc. Which,
nice.
It was great.
That's kind of sciencey.
Yeah. Although the teacher made it clear we were watching it for Uma.
Oh, well.
It's like,
okay.
It was like a very funny thing, but also like probably would get in trouble for saying that now.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have admitted that.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just think that. You don't have to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Plus, that's a good movie about eugenics and whatever. Like, I could see that being kind of a discussion point. Go watch Gattaca, everybody. It's a good movie.
Yeah, why are you watching this shit?
Yeah, why are you listening to us? Go watch young, hot-ass Ethan Hawke pretend to be an Ubermensch, so he can fly into space or whatever.
Is that what the movie was about?
It's very inspirational.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
The space program wouldn't let, like, weakened people go to space because it's, it's like a waste of resources. If you know you're going to die of heart disease in, like, 30 years, like, why bother,
Sure.
So I have to imagine that at the end of it, when he flies into space with the rest of them, that he'll die of a heart attack and he'll, like, be, like, laughing hysterically as he dies. Oh, I fooled you guys. A spoiler for that movie, sort of.
Well, whatever. It's pretty old.
It's old. It's old. We're old. Segueing from that, we also get an ad for the Shining Trapeze Gentlemen's Club, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. daily. Eggs and legs special breakfast buffet and half-price lap dances. Oh, God, I can't imagine. I've heard some people saying, like, hey, you should just get a buffet at a strip club. They're real cheap and whatever. But, like, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to, like, make me seem like a pansy, but I've never been to a strip club and I have absolutely no inclination. I just feel like I would die of the shame of it, and I don't know, and the indirect embarrassment, like, especially if you're going at a weird time of day, like to go get some eggs at their sad buffet, and you just see people, like, walking around kind of pretending to dance because, like, you're the only person in there. I don't know. I feel like I would just die inside a little bit too much.
I feel like I've never been either. I think I would theoretically want to go, but I think I would mostly be there for the wings, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I guess if I had something else to do, like, I don't mind in movies they have those, kind of sleazy bar scenes where, like, there's women dancing, but then there's something else going on. If I could deal with the something else going on and then just like glance off to the side every now and then, and there's like, a lady in a cage, that would bother me less, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that sounds weird, but you know what I mean? It's like a side thing. I don't want it to be the main attraction.
Okay, actually, I want that scene in the movie though, where like they're like at like the like seedy strip club, and there's just one dude who's like just demolishing a pile of wings.
Yeah, he's like, I just come in here for the wings, man. It's real cheap.
Yeah.
It's the best buffet in town. Don't tell anybody. Okay, so then we get a really sad ad for the Lifeline Suicide Prevention Hotline. Let a stranger be a friend.
Yeah.
And
I don't have a joke about that.
I have no comment on that. Yeah, if you're sad, get help. I'm not going to get into it though. So yeah. So back from break, Frank, Father Matheson, and the camera guy, or camera guys, I think there might be two. They're down in the basement. Frank insists that Father Matheson commences with an exorcism. And to myself, I was just saying, like, do it, you dumb priest, just do it. I mean, like, would it hurt to just like pretend to do one? It's not like it matters really, I guess if you were a real priest, that like, that's not good for the whole image or whatever. But as we find out later, this is not a real priest, so they just do whatever you want.
Maybe...
It seems like the guy's taking it all very seriously. So maybe he's very method, or maybe he's just actually like a Catholic, and he'd be too embarrassed to pretend.
Or
it'd be weird though, because he was hired to do it, so you think he would be cool with it.
I mean, my thinking is that he doesn't want to get arrested by the Vatican for impersonating a priest.
Oh man, what a weird ending that would have been. You could have the secret Vatican SWAT team show up and arrest him.
Yeah.
They're real. I told you they were real. And then like they put like a black bag over his head. Tell everyone, tell the world.
And I'm just looking at pictures of...
We're going to put you in the Z library, right next to the frozen corpse of Hitler.
I had to stop. I'm just like browsing pictures of chicken wings now. It's like, this doesn't help. Yeah.
So Father Matheson begins the rites, but they are interrupted by a slam from upstairs. Someone has locked them in the basement. Brum, brum, brum. Wait a minute. Did I have this in a weird order?
Yeah, that does seem like an odd order.
I feel like I really skipped ahead. God damn it, I've ruined the whole thing. It's all ruined, guys. Well, they do get locked in the basement. We'll get back to that. Because I feel like, wait a minute. So let's see. Oh yeah, the burgers have just left. Okay, that's where we are. I'm sorry, everybody. I've skipped ahead. So later on, they do get locked in the basement. And later on, there is an ad for what is essentially a titty bar with a buffet. So
I just
look forward to that.
I like eggs. Just feels kind of gross. I don't know. They probably be like lukewarm.
This makes more sense to me. I just realized, because this is the part where Frank is like trying to get Father Matheson to speak for a while. He keeps asking him questions, and Father Matheson, the sham, he keeps like looking like thoughtfully like up into the ceiling or down into the floor with genuine dread. The reality of the place is just seeping into his soul. Like he just can't handle it. Frank doesn't have a lot to do, so he just plays a pre-recorded segment about satanic worship, which very much like taps into that satanic panic that was so prevalent in the 80s and 90s. Although there's two instances that they talk about. One is about a lady who kills like 19 animals in service of someone that they only refer to as the Dark Lord. That one might be real. But then there's another one about a smashed puppy that's left in a church. And I think, I'm theorizing anyway, but I think that that's actually a plant. I don't think it was done by Satanists. I think it was done by some other people in order to rally people to their cause.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think that's how it is.
It turns out in real life that was mostly what was happening.
Yeah. That's true. There was actually people who were convicted in court of practicing Satanism and whatever. And, only years later, like only recently have some of those things been overturned.
Yeah.
It's actually really depressing. And I advise everyone to not look into it unless you're looking to figure out how to prevent things like that from happening in the future.
Yeah. I mean, It's interesting to read into, but it's very much a the bad guys win kind of a scenario.
Yeah, kind of a bummer. So they play the Satanism sequence, and then Frank just straight up pleads with Father Matheson to do an exorcism. He finally agrees, and then satisfied, Frank cuts to commercials. And we get an ad for the Burgers book after they've left, which I don't know why. I just think that's really funny. Like after they've abandoned the broadcast, they have their book Abomination, the Devil in Akron, which actually sounds like a cool case. I kind of wish I got to see that. Oh yeah, and then we get a sultry ad for York Ridge popcorn. Oh, I'm steamy. I'm hot. I'm going to explode. Which is always, I don't know. It's a weird ad, but it is something that has been done in reality. I believe it's based off of something. I don't remember which ad it is, but I believe there was a popcorn ad that was almost exactly like that from the 80s. It's that good. Okay, so I think I had the pages reversed on my little crummy script here. So then you get the ad for Video World Video Rentals. You get the ad for Shining Trapeze. You get the Suicide Prevention Hotline. And then they try to do the exorcism, and then they're locked out in the basement. So there we go. Now we're back up to speed. Right. Father Matheson is checking out from reality. He's just crumpling to the floor in like the midpoint of the basement stairwell. There's that part where you round the corner, and he just slides down onto his knees. Like he's just having some kind of a breakdown.
Pretty understandable, I think.
And Frank is trying. I think so too. Yeah. And Frank is trying to break out. He's calling to Veronica, the producer in the van, to do something. And she says she's sending a second guy with another camera, or maybe it's a third guy. She's sending another person. And in the meantime, enjoy these important messages. So they get even more ads. You get an ad for the upcoming program, Dr. Bloodwrench presents Monsters Invade the Wax Museum. Which is pretty fun. It's a fun one, although I feel like Dr. Bloodwrench's evil cackle is not very convincing to me. I don't feel like this guy has done a lot of evil cackles in his life.
Yeah.
You really got to put your chest into it. But he kind of does a real wimpy one. So, you should have done another take, Dr. Bloodwrench. I believe that guy might actually be the director of whichever commercial that is. That might just be the guy. So, I'm sorry, that guy. Cackle better next time. I like a good cackle.
Yeah. I mean, that's like one of the things you have to do as part of that job.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the part you should enjoy the most. It's like the best part, So we come back from break, and there's a very worried Veronica Stanzi. She's sent in the third camera guy. Or at least she mentions it as the third, so I believe there was two, like an A camera and a B camera in there, but I can't prove it, so I'm just going to take them at their word. Yeah, his name is Connor, so he's a doomed intern, and that is 100% what he is. He's probably there to get college credit or something, and they send him in with a camera, and he doesn't know what to do, and he's breathing like right into the mic, so it's like real heavy while he's like nervously looking around corners, like, which is pretty great.
It's always fun.
Yeah, he rounds a corner and he gets just bowled over by a dude in a flannel shirt with like an axe. And so, so he's dead. So they just cut away from him. Down in the basement, Frank demands that he just do his exorcism to clear it all up. And he finally admits that he's not a priest. He's just an actor. And I love it because Frank Stewart's just like, what? You'll never work in this town again. It's weird that like, even in this moment when Frank feels like he might be in real danger, he's still trying to get the priest, the priest actor to do an exorcism. It's like, come on, man.
You can pretend, right?
I guess he's just trying to roll with the punches.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the basement door is locked, but then suddenly it unlocks itself, which, I mean, to them, that should be a real bad sign because that means that someone walked over there and unlocked it. But nevertheless, Veronica wants to cut to another commercial break, and he's just like, no, we're going to go where we've never gone before. And he's going to go out there, but not with Father Matheson. He's wet himself. He's peeing down on the stairwell. And there's this really great angle of the pee dripping down from like the foreground while like Father Matheson is sitting in the background. It's a very artful pee shot. So, kudos, Mr. La Martina. Frank goes out into the hall and he immediately gets knocked over by a masked man with an axe. I think it's the same guy. And they just cut to, we are experiencing technical difficulties. I mean, that's great that they just ran out of commercials or they didn't have time. They're just, that's real panic when like you have to go to the, to the technical difficulties card on your screen. I mean, did they run out of commercials? How could this have happened? It would have been a good time to make money. I mean, everyone's watching.
Oh, yeah, honestly.
Go back to Frumka's wine cooler. Frumka's wine cooler. Get screwed up this Halloween, everybody.
See, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like companies probably wouldn't want to be associated with like an on-air murder, but at the same time, for reputation-wise,
it's a hard choice, I think. Like at the end of The Howling, when the one werewolf lady gets shot down, and then they just cut to a commercial, and it's a dog food commercial with like a dog eating out of a bowl. Very good.
I mean, that dog food company was probably set.
Yeah. And then the broadcast just goes to static. And I was just thinking, like, remember static, Jacob? When TVs actually had that? It's been a while. I don't think they do that anymore. It just goes to like a black screen now. They don't show the fuzz.
Yeah, bit of a shame.
I have kind of a love-hate relationship with static. As a kid, I kind of liked the white noise. I remember actually falling asleep beneath a TV that was just onto a static channel, even though that seems really creepy nowadays.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Because of things like Poltergeist.
That is actually
or like The Ring.
A scene in a horror movie.
7 days. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. It was kind of comforting. But but at the same time, when you walk into a room that had static playing on a TV and it wasn't your doing, that's super creepy. And it was, it really was kind of frightening.
Yeah.
It always felt like it was on the verge of something just showing up on screen. I guess that's part of it, like there's this anticipation that something weird's about to happen.
Yeah.
So I feel like we really lost that. It was a good horror element in our collective lives when we all had static to be creeped out by.
Bring back static.
It was like super loud. So we cut back to a very bound and gagged Frank Stewart. Everybody else is dead. They just pan over. Some crazy person has taken the camera. The burgers are dead. They never left. They're just dead in the basement. Father Matheson's dead. The camera guys are dead. Everybody's dead, Dave, except for Frank Stewart. 2 religious zealots run the show now. There's a man from behind the camera, and then a woman who's none other than, wait for it, Angela Harris, founder of Harvest. Oh, surprise, surprise, everyone. The leader of like the creepy religious organization is also a murderer. I think it's implied that this part was never broadcast because otherwise it all would have been solved. Because the very next scene they show a broadcast where they say everyone is just missing.
Yeah.
So I have to imagine that this is the tape of the person, maybe just the literal camera of the cameraman before he died. Like they didn't show it to anyone.
Yeah.
Anyway, they ungag Frank Stewart. They mock him. They say he's a sinner or whatever. And then they pull out his tongue, and then like the camera moves just long enough. I assume so they can put a fake tongue in his mouth. I don't want to like ruin the movie magic or whatever, but it's all one take. So I'm pretty sure they put a fake tongue in his mouth with like blood in it. And then when they go back, they saw off his tongue, and it looks horrible. Like it is a pretty good tongue cutting off scene. It's pretty awful.
Definitely a top 5.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have very many of those. I mean, what is it, like this and like Old Boy? Some other stuff.
I'm sure there are others.
There's got to be. And it's great because Frank Stewart also, like, his anguish almost sounds silly, but like in that real life kind of way, where like, you haven't composed yourself. You're not prepared for the idea that someone might cut off your tongue at any given moment. So he's just sort of like, it's a weird mix of like pain, outrage, terror, and despair, just like, oh. I thought it was a good Frank Stewart bone.
Oh, you know what?
Hats off to Paul Fahrenhoff.
Jeepers Creepers did it too.
Well, yeah, he took out a lot of stuff. That was his shtick, was taking bits so that he could use them. I don't remember why.
I think it was like,
we'll probably eventually cover those.
I think it was like he had to like replace body parts to keep living.
Yeah, which is weird. Did he have to do that his whole existence, or is this a recent development? The mythology of the Jeepers Creepers monster is very strange.
Yeah. It's also really strange how immediately worse those movies get after the first one.
I actually prefer the second movie
Really?
myself,
Okay.
but I understand.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Maybe we'll fight about it in the future. But yeah, I think part of it is I really like a good revenge story, and they have the like angry farmer father that I really like his story.
Yeah, I guess so.
And also the fact that he isn't a screw up. He actually succeeds. I mean, sort
Sure.
of. Spoiler for that movie a little bit, but not really.
I mean, yes, but at what cost?
Yeah. So they mock Frank Stewart as he's bleeding out from his tongue wound. And, they bid us all an adieu. And then we get a very brief clip of the next day's regular WNUF newscast in which everyone is only reported missing. We have Deborah Merritt and Gordon Gavin, just talking about it. And it's just like, we all thought it was a big prank, but after several days, no one is laughing. And then, Deborah's just like, anyway, and now we're all getting ready for the Christmas time, and it just cuts the tape. And there is something deeply troubling to me. I mean, I guess that's real life, but we all think that we're all so important, but that's kind of how it is for everybody. As soon as you're roadkill and you're dead, eventually everyone's just going to be like, anyway, let's just go on with things.
Yeah. Well, what can you do? I mean, except just not die.
What can you do?
That's my plan.
Other than that. Yeah. And, that's the movie, everybody. That's the WNUF Halloween Special.
Yeah.
Estimated budget, $1,500. Seriously. They made this for nothing. It was really hard for me to get this DVD, by the way, at least at the time. I don't remember when I first saw it, but it was probably a little after 2013. And I ordered the DVD before it existed, and then they kept making promises. It took me an entire year to get it. And they kept being like, well, it doesn't exist yet, but we'll probably print them out soon. And they said that like several times over. And they, how like when Amazon screws up an order and they're like, it looks like this is taking a really long time. Do you want to cancel the order? And I kept being like, no, I want this DVD. I will wait however long it takes. Yeah. So I went to great pains to get this dumb thing. I mean, originally they weren't even on DVDs, I don't think. I think it was exclusively VHSs, and it was trying to be, like a whisper campaign, creeping people out. I guess that didn't succeed, but whatever. For my purposes, this is perfectly fine. Like I don't have to take this as a real thing. I just think it's very entertaining. It's just kind of a black comedy, more or less. A seasonal trifle you just have on in the background while you're putting up your lights and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So this got 64% on Rotten Tomatoes, kind of. I mean, this has less than 50 ratings, so I think that's less scientific. Like when the number's too low, it skews the overall rating. So, like when you look WNUF up on the Rotten Tomatoes, it doesn't actually show the score. You have to go like look into it, because like I don't think they stand by this number. There's like, well, it's currently this, so
yeah.
In the 8 years or so since this came out, it's become sort of a cult classic. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I was reading a few articles of late where people were saying that this is just something that they'll put on in the background for Halloween, like just a regular thing. And yeah, I think it's really effective in that way. I mean, you have to think of it as like, it's almost a movie you could have on in the background in like a hipster bar for like the holidays. Like it's real good for that kind of a thing, because it really doesn't demand your attention. And you don't have to pay attention to any one part of it. I mean, not really. You can just kind of let it go and just like perk up when something is of interest to you, like an ad you like, or, when someone says something funny. So yeah, I don't know. Is it not a traditional movie, like where it doesn't have a super convoluted plot, or it doesn't demand your attention? I mean, I guess not. But, this is a little indie film, and I feel like it really punches above its weight on all of this. I think it was very effective in seeming very 80s-ish. It harkens back to a simpler time when most of our media was crap.
Yeah. No, it's a fun movie. I'll probably put it on one of the carving pumpkins. Yeah.
Sure. There's also a WNUF Christmas special ad. Yeah, I can't speak all of a sudden. They did like I think it's like a prequel ad, because Frank Stewart does it, but then later he's dead.
Sure.
So I like that. Those like future promises that they never keep, because he's dead.
Yeah.
So I guess Harvest succeeded because nobody knew they did it. So I suppose their evil plan worked. They planted some dead bodies, like a crushed puppy at a church. They killed everybody at this thing. I'm not sure what they were trying to do. I guess just make it seem like Halloween is bad in general. I mean, I don't know if it's a very good portrayal of the evils of a religious organization kind of a thing. I mean, I like the ending, but, I don't know if it's like, what do you call it? Like an honest portrayal or whatever. Like, I don't know if it makes a good point. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, their motivations are pretty simple, but yeah, like how they go about like trying to like achieve it. I don't know. Feels a little. I don't know. Yeah, I guess like even this. Yeah, it doesn't feel fully fleshed out.
Yeah. Speaking of which, they are thinking about making a sequel. I think they've already done a GoFundMe for it, and the director said it's sort of like Jerry Springer hosted an episode of Sightings. So it's like making fun of all of the 90s tropes the way that this movie made fun of all of the 80s tropes. So I hope it's another Halloween special, and I think they should bring back Frank Stewart, even though he's dead. I don't care. Just like bend reality or whatever, or have him like have a surgically grafted on tongue and he doesn't want to talk about it, or something. I don't care.
I mean, that might be a little bit too silly for me.
They threw me in a ditch and they find me for a month. Because I love that guy. I love Paul Fahrenkoff. I want to see him do more stuff.
Yeah.
And he's of that age where he would probably look that way for a number of years, maybe decades. You start getting like a little salt and peppery. So like between like 35 and like 65, like he's some kind of indeterminate age where he could have been through, going through all those decades.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Would people who didn't grow up with this crappy local TV stuff enjoy this? I'm not sure.
Yeah, hard to say. I mean,
but for me, yeah, it really it scratches an itch that I didn't even know I had. Like it does make me appreciate this sort of a thing. Like I don't want to have to go dig up old 80s commercials and stuff. This is better for me. This is like been curated, so I don't have to. I don't need to go look up old ads for like Double Mint gum with like the Double Mint twins or whatever.
Sure. Or the wonderful Nutrient ad. Forget when that was made, but I always think of that one when I think about classic commercials.
What is that one? I'm not sure if I remember that. What happens in it?
Where like the guy eats a Nutri-Grain bar and he has such a like he feels so good after eating a Nutri-Grain bar that he's like, all right, I'm quitting my crappy job. I'm going to become like a CEO of my own company. I'm going to marry this woman in the office, and like he gets like a couple of other people to like have Nutri-Grain bars, and they also just like it's very insane, but it's funny.
Wow, that's interesting. That reminds me of that old milk commercial. You remember that one where like there's a hot lady and then there's like a little kid and he's like, "Oh, you don't like me now, but after I drink my milk, I'll be this strong, strapping lad in a couple of years." And it shows him like growing up as he's drinking milk.
Is weird.
It is a little weird. It was very effective. I remember as a kid, I'm like, "That's awesome."
Yeah, I can drink milk, so I can.
Milk will make me strong.
So I can bang much older women.
I can bang someone 20 or 30 years older than I.
I don't know what that means yet, but it's probably a good thing.
Pretty sweet. I'm glad she held out for me. That would have been a great way to end that commercial where she's just like, you know what? I will wait. She's like, oh, all right. Am I a child bride now? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, some troubling implications.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, this is a favorite of mine. So, I mean, just to cut to the chase, I think this is maybe a 7 out of 10 for me because it's good, but I just don't think it's for everybody, or at least I don't know if everyone will put up with the slowness and the dryness of it. Well, I don't know. It's not super dry, but you know what I mean? Like, not a lot happens, really. It's kind of a sarcastic take on things I like. And I think a lot of other people would like it too. I just want to spread the word a little bit and just, let people make their own opinions.
I think it was a good choice to cover this. And I guess I would give it a 7 as well. Like I said, I've a few nitpicks, and it does rely pretty heavily on nostalgia, but I like it. It's fun.
Yeah. It is a gimmicky thing, but I just think it's a very effective gimmick. Like it does what it did quite effectively. Yeah. And so now I shall mention, there's only 19 IMDb plot keywords for this one, so it's not even a full 20. And frankly, none of them are super interesting. So I'm just going to kind of rattle through these. We got Halloween. Sure. I mean, it's very Halloween-y. So that is the most relevant. So yeah, I agree. Well, maybe not, because then the next one is retro and retro horror. So yeah, maybe it's a little split between those things. I mean, it is, if I were to describe this movie quickly, it would be Halloween retro horror. So, basically. And it is very good retro. Not all retro. In fact, I don't know, arguably most retro isn't very effective because it's hard to thread the needle between being too earnest and not earnest enough. Mm-hmm. Like you can't be inauthentically winking too much, but you also can't not wink because then it's too dry and boring.
Yeah.
So you have to get things just right where like it's just a little silly, and I feel like this movie does that quite well.
Yeah.
All right, then we have 3 costumes. We have Halloween costume, and then we have witch costume, and then we have Dracula costume.
Sure. Yeah.
I love Acid Dracula, as we've mentioned before.
Yeah.
The man who was so upset to hear that someone had died in the house that he was standing in front of. Like, wait, what are we doing? People died here? Yeah, it's been empty for 20 years, dude. How did you not know this? I want to go home. Then we got news reports and news reporter. Yeah, both of those are pertinent. Nobody's listed any of these as relevant, by the way. So I think maybe like one person or 1 or 2 people put these up and then no one's responding, including me, by the way. I mean, I shouldn't complain while I'm also not doing it. So yeah.
You're part of the problem.
I can't be bothered. Yeah, we're part of the system, keeping the man down. Chris LaMartina deserves better than us. Okay, then we got psychic, axe, seance, cat. Okay, yeah, we should stop for cat. Cat is very central to the Burgers power psychic couple.
Yeah.
I love that like the cat was supposed to help them with everything and then it just dies rather unceremoniously. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say a cat dying was funny.
I wonder if they ever recovered from this. Oh, no, wait, I just realized. No, they're dead, so they never recovered. Of course not. Totally forgot. Yeah. Well, at least now they don't have to worry about it because they're dead. We got found footage. Yeah, that's technically what this is. VHS tape. That's actually more relevant than most times anyone's ever said VHS tape in a description of a movie. I mean, this is made to look as much like a VHS tape as they possibly could. And yeah, bravo, by the way. Like they used a very simple process, but it looks quite effective, Who knew it was actually easy to downgrade things rather than upgrade them? Just run it through a VCR a couple of times. Then we got fake documentary. I mean, no, that's actually not what this is.
No.
It's a fake broadcast. It's not a documentary. Yeah. Well, there are some, I guess technically there are fake documentaries. They have those little fake things in it. Like there's the part about Satanism and there's, there was the part about the witchboard murders at the Weber house, I guess those are kind of fake documentaries. I don't know. That's stretching it though.
Yeah. I don't like that.
And then we got trick-or-treating, which, trick-or-treating also doesn't happen in this. So yeah, that's just straight up wrong. They do talk about it though. I suppose, there's a fixation on the Halloween candy. So I don't know, maybe indirectly. And then we got videotape, the year 1987. That's real, like right on the nose. I mean, this didn't actually get filmed in 1987, but it is funny that now it can be cataloged in movies that are supposed to have occurred then. And as far as I could tell, it's accurate. They actually lined up all the dates, so it's about as real as a real 1987 tape.
Yeah.
Why not? And lastly, but not leastly, we have a Ouija board. And, that's it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that summarizes the movie fairly well, I suppose. I would have mentioned something about tongue mutilation. I feel like that's kind of a big thing, but I know. Maybe they didn't want to give it
Yeah.
away. Or maybe a murdered cat. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's more of like stuff for the doesthedogdie.com. You know, that's more their category.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Any parting thoughts about WNUF Halloween Special you wish to impart to our audience before we go, Jacob?
I mean, I think we're good. I think we made our case.
We presented our
Yeah.
findings. We've cut the tongue out of the things we didn't like. No, we didn't really do that. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's a bad symbolism.
Yeah.
We buried the evidence. We experienced technical difficulties more than once.
Yeah.
That happened. I'm only like 70% sure I'm recording right now on Reaper. So after Discord screwed up. No, no little buttons. The lights are flashing. The lights are blinking.
Okay.
We're good.
I'm gonna be very upset if we have to redo this.
Yeah, I have to do it a third time on this Halloween. How could we have wasted this time right before Halloween when we totally recorded this? Right, Jacob?
Yes. That was quite wasteful of us.
Yeah, good cover. Yeah, no, I just want to wish you all out there a happy Halloween. I hope that you got the slutty costume you wanted. You know, you were a sexy whatever. I hope that if you went to a costume contest that you won, or at least got an honorable mention, or if you went on a bar crawl that no one broke your costume, as happened to me more than once.
Yeah.
Just enjoy the season and savor these times that we all have together in the warm glow of the autumn pumpkin spice era. You know, just have a good time, everybody. You know, so I think that about does it for us.
Yeah.
I'm sure sometime later I'll be like, oh, I totally forgot this thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Let's get the hell out of here.
We've done enough, right? I mean, this is good. Let's get the hell out of here. So until next time, everybody. I've been Peter.
I'm still Jacob.
And this has been Gorman on Gore.
Anything goes on live television. Okay.
All right.